the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street. Love and bless up everyone. No skip a beat, the Rasta man unique. We now go take defeat, the mission not be complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend. Real empress no bend. gets you on my mind. If I had a second chance to spend with you, I'm so sorry that I broke your heart to pieces. It's to me you're like a red rose. Woman, come back my way. Every time I see a red rose, a red wine. Or a red wine. Yeah. You're all that I'm thinking of. You're more than just a friend. Love up pour like some every rain shower. I miss you even when it's only been an hour. You're all that I want to love.
Morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to our hardworking central staff, employees, who do a tremendous job behind the scenes to make us look good all the time. Special good morning to our invited testifiers from the Water and Power Authority, the CEO, Mr. Carl Knight, the WAPA Board Chair, Mr. Hubert Turnbull, and the members of the WAPA Senior Leadership Team. Thank you very much for being here with us this morning to provide the legislature and the people of the Virgin Islands with critical, real-time information and updates relative to the state of the Water and Power Authority. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning meeting of Thursday, September 5th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Colleagues, I didn't commission an official poll, but without question, the state of the Water and Power Authority is the single greatest issue on the minds of Virgin Islanders today. I was in a dentist's chair yesterday morning, and the very hygienist who was dealing with me was lamenting her struggle navigating the upsurge in power outages with her 2 children who are school age. Everybody in this community has a WAPA story. Accessing affordable, reliable power is a human right that has been elusive for the people of the Virgin Islands. In fact, we've been paying premium rates for unreliable electrical service for decades. Didn't just happen yesterday. WAPA customers continue to experience the roller coaster ride of power rotation as of late. As a matter of fact, we are on a power rotation schedule here in this district as we speak. With each power outage, more and more WAPA customers leave the grid. I was speaking to a friend of mine the other day, and he said that we are experiencing a WAPA rapture. People are routinely being snatched up by private solar providers, business people, before our very eyes. This obviously impacts WAPA's bottom line. Fewer customers to bill can only mean fewer revenues for the Water and Power Authority to collect. And this problem has a rippling effect. These almost daily outages cause residents to worry about losing food, losing sleep, losing appliances due to power surges. It's costly and disruptive to small and large businesses. And just think about the number of potential businesses deterred from setting up shop due to costly, unreliable power. Colleagues, we have a lot to talk about today, and again, I am very honored and pleased that the CEO of WAPA, Mr. Knight, WAPA Board Chair, Mr. Turnbull, and their team saw this meeting as a priority. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Here. Senator Capehart present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Heiliger present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Gittins present. Mr. Chair, we have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, we have a quorum and we may proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of non-committee member, Senate President Novel Francis. Welcome, sir. Jr., VP Senator Marvin Blyden, welcome. Senator Angel Bolquez, welcome. Junior, welcome. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, welcome. Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, September 5th, 2024, at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. The committee will receive an update on the following: the condition of the WAPA infrastructure, identifying areas in need of repair or replacement, the status of ongoing power outages, short and long-term strategies for their curtailment, long-term infrastructure improvement plans, the state of the Wartsila Restart Project, the status of all critical vendor payments, the status of fuel, both diesel and LPG, the status of the Turnaround Company initiative awarded to Ernst Young. Additional topics will include the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority's planned, in-process, and completed projects, the status of all federal and local funding identified for your agency's projects, as well as any impediments with respect to the authority's role in the territory's disaster recovery efforts. Invited testifiers, Mr. Hubert Turnbull, Chairman, VI, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board of Directors, Mr. Carl Knight, Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Morning again, Mr. Knight and Mr. Turnbull and your team. Mr. Knight, can you please start us off by just putting your name and title on the record, followed by Mr. Turnbull and the rest of your team. Just put your name on the record just so we can make sure our microphones are working fine.
Sure. Good morning, Carl Knight, CEO and Executive Director, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Good morning, Hubert Turnbull, Virgin Islands WAPA, Water and Power Authority Governing Board Chair.
Welcome.
Good morning, Noel Hodge, COO, Water Systems.
Good morning, Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Shavante Marsh-Boltes, Director of Project Management in the Electrical Division.
Good morning, Denise Reimer, Director of Disaster Recovery and Compliance.
Thank you very much. The microphones seem to be working fine. Mr. Knight, you're welcome to proceed with your testimony.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Milton Potter and all honorable members of the Senate. I'm Carl Knight, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I extend greetings to the broader community and the dedicated employees of the Water and Power Authority who are listening and viewing this morning. With me this morning is the Interim Chief Financial Officer, Lorraine Kelly, the Director of Disaster Recovery, Ms. Denise Reimer, Director of Project Management, Shavante Marsh-Boltes, the Chief Operating Officer of the Water Division, Mr. Noel Hodge, and of course, the Chairman of the Governing Board for the Water and Power Authority, Mr. Hubert Turnbull. Mr. Chair, at your invitation, I'm here to discuss the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority's planned, in-process, and completed projects, the status of all federal and local funding identified for WAPA's projects, as well as any impediments with respect to the authority's role in the territory's disaster recovery efforts. WAPA oversees two separate power grids for the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts, each featuring independent power plants, extensive overhead and underground and subsea transmission and distribution infrastructure. Prior to the 2017 hurricanes, the power grids were equipped with a robust N-1 redundancy system, which allowed backup infrastructure to sustain operations in the event of a single failure event, such as the unplanned loss of a transmission line, a generator, or a transformer. However, Hurricanes Irma and Maria caused unprecedented damage to the grid, with high winds and flooding impacting transmission lines, generating units, and substations, rendering critical components inoperable. The failure of these key assets has led to systemic challenges and cascading failures that have greatly reduced the power system's resiliency. Consequently, our customers are now more vulnerable to rotating power outages and extending periods without electricity. Specific district-level failures include multiple inoperable units and transmission lines, damaged substations, and compromised submarine cables. In the St. Thomas-St. John district at the Harley plant, gas turbine number 14 is currently inoperable. The transmission line for feeder 11 is inoperable. The Donald Francois substation has had several breaker cubicles that were damaged and deemed inoperable. The East End substation, the power transformer connecting transmission and distribution assets to the East End substation is also inoperable. Submarine cables, one of the two transmission lines to St. John is currently inoperable. The distribution line, the third circuit heading into St. John is also currently inoperable. In the St. Croix district, at the Richmond Power Plant, the power transformer at the Richmond Power Plant that connects generation, transmission, and distribution assets is inoperable. And steam turbines 10 and 11, as well as gas turbine number 16, is also currently inoperable. The situation is exacerbated by lengthy lead times and high costs for component replacements, combined with the authority's limited financial resources. Many of our legacy generating units have exceeded their expected lifespan, with several overdue for maintenance or major overhauls. Preventative maintenance activities are often delayed due to shortages of manpower, training, equipment, further compromising our system reliability. Several units have not received major overhauls in over 12 years, resulting in diminished performance and reduced capacity. As for our water distribution infrastructure, discolored water is still a concern in certain areas of the territory's potable water distribution system due to the aging infrastructure. While recent adjustments to water production post-treatment systems have improved water clarity on St. Croix, the primary issue remains the age of the system. Our water distribution network, made up of cast iron and ductile iron pipes that are 40 to 60 years old, has deteriorated over time, contributing to the problem of discolored water and increased line losses in both districts. The Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority has made strides in modernizing sections of its water infrastructure, made possible solely by the grants from the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. Completed waterline rehabilitation projects include Christiansted, the town of Frederiksted, Clifton Hill. They have improved water service in those areas on St. Croix, while projects in Campo Rico and Hannes Rest are nearing completion at 95% and 75% respectively. On St. Thomas, projects at Mahogany Estate and Blackbeard Hill are pending environmental and historic preservation reviews by DPNR. Federal funding, particularly from the American Rescue Plan Act, is supporting additional infrastructure improvements. ARPA funds have been allocated to extend water services to Estate Nazareth and support two large-scale utility coordination projects, the 30-mile North Side Road rehabilitation on St. Croix and the 5-mile Anna's Retreat Phase 2 expansion project, both of which are currently in the planning and design phases. Long-term infrastructure plans. So a little bit of the good news now. WAPA is actively pursuing long-term infrastructure improvements through funding from FEMA and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, including the Community Development Block Grants, both disaster recovery as well as mitigation. These initiatives focus on enhancing the power system's resiliency and its reliability, addressing critical areas in generation, transmission, and distribution. To address the vulnerabilities in our transmission system, we are installing composite poles across the territory, particularly where undergrounding is not feasible. These poles are designed to withstand severe weather conditions. St. Croix, Phase 1, 98% is 98% complete, with 4,028 composite poles already having been installed. Phase 2 begins in October, and that will bring in an additional 1,130 poles, and those will be installed between October and August of 2026. On St. Thomas, Phase 1 is also complete, is 100% complete, with 2,334 composite poles having been installed. We are currently in the midst of a Phase 2, which is 36% complete, and the anticipated full completion of those installations is January 2026. Territory-wide, our total anticipated effort for installing composite poles is about 80% completed already. Undergrounding projects. We are implementing underground projects on main feeders and transmission lines to protect critical infrastructure. These projects are designed to strengthen our infrastructure and improve service reliability for our customers in the coming years. Completed projects include on St. Croix, the Midland, undergrounding, Golden Grove, Container Port, on St. John, Cruz Bay, Feeder 7E. Upcoming projects in 2024 on St. Thomas will focus on improvements to Feeder 5A and Feeder 9A. Meanwhile, on St. Croix, our efforts will target enhancements in Hannah's Rest, as well as a section along the Queen Mary Highway between the Midland intersection at Central High School and the Orange Grove, the Golden Grove intersection near the Spicy Grill. Substation replacements and upgrades, replacing and upgrading switchgear and associated electrical equipment damaged by Hurricanes Irma and Maria, and constructing buildings that will help mitigate the impact of hurricane winds. The current projects include the East End substation, replacement projects for the 34.5 kV and 15 kV switchgear, and the Donald Francois substation switchgear replacement project. The 34.5 kV replacement was completed in July 2020. Upcoming projects are the Tutu substation and the St. John substations. Transformer replacements. As part of our infrastructure enhancement efforts, we are replacing aging transformers on all three islands, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. These replacements are crucial for ensuring the stability and efficiency of our power distribution network, reducing the risk of outages and improving overall system performance. The St. John ET2 transformer replacement was completed in July 2022. The active East End transformer replacement project is expected to be completed in 2026. Microgrid installations. We are deploying microgrids and battery storage systems to enhance localized power generation and stability during outages. Our key targets for microgrids include Coral Bay, Cruz Bay, Bovoni, and Adventure on St. Croix. Battery storage is a cornerstone for our infrastructure plans. These systems will store energy generated from renewable sources and provide backup power during peak demand or emergencies, enhancing grid stability across the territory. These additional systems will be located at the Richmond plant and multiple substations throughout the St. Thomas district. Submarine cable replacement. These are projects that include replacing and installing submarine cables between the islands to ensure reliable power transmission. And particularly, we are targeting a submarine cable replacement between the island of St. John and St. Thomas. Generation projects. Key initiatives include replacing our aging units and modernizing the Richmond and Harley power plants with support from FEMA's Bipartisan Budget Act Prudent Replacement Program. It is critical that the installation of generation capacity meets the specific needs of each island. The authority, in collaboration with its federal partners, is ensuring that power generation infrastructure is tailored to address the unique demands of St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. The advanced metering replacement infrastructure. The replacement of that AMI system is planned to improve customer service and energy management. The RFP is scheduled for release within the next 30 days in October of 2024. These critical infrastructure projects, in totality, these critical infrastructure projects ranging from transformer replacements, microgrids, undergrounding, composite pole installations, and generation upgrades are essential for strengthening WAPA's overall infrastructure and ensuring a more resilient power system for the Virgin Islands. Regarding our long-term infrastructure plans for water, funding for long-term water system infrastructure improvements is provided by FEMA, the FEMA Prudent Replacement Public Assistance Program, and that will replace and modernize the piping network to best-in-class standards. FEMA has approved a fixed cost offer for St. Croix of upwards of $1.2 billion. The fixed cost offer has been submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers for their review, and the final approval is expected next month. The first bundle of projects under the Super Project Management Office in the Office of Disaster Recovery is expected to be advertised for bids in the fall of 2024, and upwards of 90% of the water pipes, some of the water storage tanks, and pump stations will be replaced or upgraded as part of this prudent replacement plan. A similar FEMA fixed cost offer approval for the St. Thomas, St. John district is expected by the end of this month, mid-September, and final approval is projected for January of 2025. Wartsila restart project status. The commissioning and construction team mobilized on July of this year following the successful negotiation and payment of change orders. The battery energy storage system was commissioned and became operational on August 17th. The commissioning of the dual fuel engines began on July 18th, and we have completed the first phase of reliability testing with additional light fuel oil testing expected to be finalized by the second week of September. The temporary LPG installation is complete, and pre-commissioning activities are scheduled to begin the week of September 14th. The authority is working diligently with Wartsila to have substantial completion and engine operations by December of 2024, and final completion by or before February of 2025. During this period, the authority has observed the positive impacts of the battery energy storage system in operation, particularly during Tropical Storm Ernesto, and the engines have been successfully online multiple times during their commissioning to assist the authority. The status of critical vendor payments. The authority accounts payable in a table that was provided shows the balances owed to vendors as of August 2024. Our accounts payable totals approximately $166.3 million. $147 million of that is owed to about 25 large and critical vendors. We owe approximately $1.4 million to the bulk of our vendors, 2,544, in amounts that total less than $10,000 each. And the remainder in between is about 187 vendors for about approximately $17.9 million. A total of 2,756 vendors that are part of our current accounts payable listing. The top 25 balances include amounts owed to vendors who provide fuel, electric and water generation services, and O&M services. The payments the authority receives from customers does not fully cover the cost of the services providing, which leads to our cash shortfall on a monthly basis. As such, the authority is past due on payments for both critical as well as non-critical vendors. Fuel is the largest concern, it's the largest cost, and thus the most critical vendor. The authority paid approximately 55% of its fiscal year 2024 operating expenses to cover fuel expenses. Fuel status. The authority is proactively working to reduce its reliance on fossil fuels by integrating renewable energy sources and transitioning to more efficient generation assets. The Richmond Power Plant can operate its generating units almost entirely on liquefied petroleum gas or propane to meet customer demand, with diesel used very sparingly for startup and maintenance purposes. Conversely, the Randolph-Harley Power Plant does not primarily use propane or LPG. Until the Wartsila units are fully commissioned, the Randolph-Harley plant remains dependent on diesel to operate its gas turbines. It currently runs at a mix of about 60% propane and 40% diesel. I actually think that might be the reverse, 60% diesel and 40% propane. To ensure reliable service, the authority strives to maintain a minimum of 6 days' worth of fuel supply for both LPG and diesel at its power plants. As of August 30th, the Randolph-Harley power plant had 12 days of LPG, but only 4 days of diesel. Hence the need for us to have embarked on a fuel conservation program. On the same day, the Estate Richmond power plant had about 9 days of LPG and 2 days of diesel. We are negotiating long-term fuel supply solutions to reduce the costs and to ensure that we can get back to providing adequate reserves of fuel. During the initial 60-day period, of the incident command, they were able to successfully negotiate a reduction in our LPG transportation rate to the territory. Under what is a 9-month agreement, it's set to expire in March of next year. With Vitol, the transportation rate was decreased from 73 cents per gallon to 59 cents per gallon. That resulted in approximately $1.9 million in savings to date, based on the current consumption levels of about 160,000 barrels of LPG per month. Further cost savings are anticipated under this agreement when the Wartsila Phase 2 generators become operational at the end of the year, potentially increasing our monthly LPG consumption to 180,000 barrels. Under this 9-month term, one of the conditions is that the increase in volume would lower the transportation rate further from 59 cents to 55 cents per gallon. The authority is also engaging a fuel expert under a professional services agreement to explore our long-term fuel supply solutions. It is expected that upon completion of the 9-month term, the authority will be able to negotiate a bulk LPG transportation rate of somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 cents per gallon. As far as diesel, the authority currently receives bulk diesel supply via waterborne cargo under a contract with Borinquen Towing and Salvage. That contract expires at the end of this year. Over the next 3 months, the authority is going to review its long-term diesel supply contract needs and will solicit bids for a new diesel supply contract through a competitive bidding process. Finally, the status of the Turnaround Company Initiative. On August 20th, 2021, Act 8471, Section 6 was enacted, mandating that the authority promptly retain, assess, and implement the recommendations of a private turnaround management company. However, despite this directive at the time, the required funds were beyond the authority's reach. Compliance with this mandate would have necessitated diverting critical resources from essential services and needs such as fuel procurement, hurricane safeguards, and existing operating expenses. Recognizing those constraints, the legislature took further action on April 20th, 2023, by enacting Act 8701, which required the government to engage the services of the Turnaround Management Company. Following this, the PFA, Public Finance Authority, conducted a public bidding process and selected Ernst Young. It is our understanding that the PFA and Ernst Young are currently working towards the finalization of their agreement and contract. In the meantime, the authority and the PFA have settled on terms for a memorandum of understanding to provide access to the necessary information held by WAPA. The authority welcomes the pragmatic retention of experts to review, assess, and provide recommendations for improving our systems and operations. In conclusion, these infrastructure initiatives are vital to enhancing WAPA's resilience and ensuring reliable water and power services for the Virgin Islands. Our dedication to these improvements reflects our pride in striving to serve our community with compassion and excellence. We'll persist in our collaboration with our federal partners, our local stakeholders, to achieve these objectives, and with this body's support, we will achieve our goals together. Thank you for your time and attention to these essential matters. I stand ready alongside my team to present it, to address any questions that you may have. I also note that we have attached 2 appendices to the testimony with a listing of our disaster recovery electric projects and our disaster recovery water projects. That concludes my testimony.
Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Please recognize Senator Fred Gregory's microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues. And as I sit here and look at the individuals who are invited to today's meeting, I remain concerned. I remain concerned because we have been involved in a state of emergency for a few months well, and the expectation that I had today was that we would see the incident command here to share with us the status of the state of emergency, very frankly. The information in the state of emergency pretty much says that an incident command will work with WAPA on the day-to-day activities. So for us to have the direct conversation today with our new Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, I don't know that that will yield us the results that we need to get. And not because I believe that he is not capable, but I believe that the information that should be provided to this committee or to the legislature because of the state of emergency should be coming from the incident command with the supporting cast of WAPA at this point. So we need to determine whether we are fish or whether we are fowl in this work that we are doing. So to say that I am disappointed is I say less. But I'm going to just rest that down there, that we have to keep meetings with intended outcomes. We have to know what is occurring with the incident command. So my point of information is, good morning, Mr. Knight. Good morning, Mr. Knight. How are you today? And again, I want to publicly congratulate you for taking on this huge responsibility.
Thank you.
And are you prepared today? And I'm not certain that it is your role to be prepared, but are you prepared to discuss matters around the state of emergency and exactly what is happening internally within the incident command? I'm certain that you are a member of that committee.
To the extent that the body has any questions, I'm prepared to answer them to the best of my ability. My invitation from the committee spoke specifically to the disaster recovery efforts, but to the extent that the body has questions regarding the state of emergency, I'll answer those to the best of my ability. I do believe there was a report that was submitted, should have been submitted earlier this week from the incident command and last night. Okay, so
last night.
I think they did submit their second report on the ongoing state of emergency, and I'm sure they're prepared. We, collectively, as an incident command, would be prepared to discuss the contents of that report as well.
Okay, so let me share with you. As a legislator, I follow the agenda, and the agenda says that the committee will receive update on the condition of WAPA's infrastructure, identifying areas in need of repair or replacement, disaster recovery, the status of the ongoing power outages, short and long-term strategies for their curtailment, incident command, long-term infrastructure improvement plan, disaster recovery, state of the Wartsila restart project, I'm certain you could answer, but also incident command, status of the critical vendor payments, I'm certain you could answer, but we all know that there is a financial challenge that the Water and Power Authority has. And when the incident command came before the institution of the legislature, they shared with us that they were working on addressing the financial challenges. So it's important for us to hear from the Incident Command what is the work that they have done thus far. I should not, as a senator, be reading in the newspaper that we're having power outages in the St. Thomas, St. John district, just like every other resident. That's unfortunate, and I will go further. The status of fuel, both diesel and LPG. Incident Command, because it's tied to the financial challenges.
Senator, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your point of information.
I'm wrapping it up. So, again, I remain challenged by the conversation that we are having today, absent of the individuals who came here and said that they are in charge of leading the Incident Command of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. There's no motion on the floor, Senator DeGraff. I said there's no motion on the floor. So, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Knight, no, not Mr. Knight, but Mr. Turnbull. Just to walk us through the thinking of the board.
Yes, of course.
With respect to the selection of Mr. Knight for the CEO of WAPA. And I'm asking you this, not throwing any shade whatsoever on Mr. Knight, but just trying to understand the thought processes of the thought process of the board with respect to not doing a more comprehensive national search to try to ascertain the best available candidate for this critical job.
Okay, good morning. Let me say this.
Put your name on the record.
Oh, Hubert Turnbull, Chair of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Governing Board. With Director Smith preparing to leave, the authority was faced with having the board run the authority day to day for $50 to $175 a day, which didn't make any sense for us. We did a search with who was available. We sit here, or we sat, thinking that at that time he was the chief of staff for the governor. He was a candidate. I've known Mr. Knight working at the authority for too many years. I learned that he started working at the authority when he was 16 years old. I remembered him being part of the professional and technical union in the authority. I remember him sitting on the governing board also. I think it was 8 years under the Young administration. So it wasn't a hard choice for the board to choose somebody who was available at that point in time. He threw his hat in the ring, and this is who we chose as a board.
Thank you for that. And we are aware of the the background and experiences that Mr. Knight has and that he brings to the table. But I think that just the thinking is that the position of this magnitude, we may have ended up with Mr. Knight as the best available person.
Correct.
We may have.
Correct.
But I think positions of this magnitude, like president of the university, CEO of the hospital, there's an expectation that you're going to be doing an extensive search to identify the best possible person. So that's just something that I know is on the minds of some of the folks in this community, and I just wanted you right out of the bat to put your perspective, the position of the board on the record. So I appreciate that.
Not a problem, but for the record, we did that before, and I saw what we had, and I as a board member, I wasn't planning to go through that again. I'm not bringing somebody here to guess and beg the government for money every month when we could do it ourselves. As a Virgin Islander, I can't do that.
Okay.
Okay. That's my personal position as a board.
I appreciate your candor. I wanted to ask, just before I go into the line of questioning, Mr. Knight, you mentioned the undergrounding project territory-wide, the status of the underground project territory-wide, as well as the composite pole project. You're making significant strides in that regard. I wanted to specifically ask about one of the most densely populated areas of the territory, like the Tutu Valley Anna's Retreat area. I don't see any composite poles there. I don't see any undergrounding there. I wanted to get your perspective. And I'm a layman, but I'm just saying what I am seeing. I'm not seeing that in the most densely populated area. God forbid another high wind and high rain episode should happen. I don't even want to say the word hurricane in this month. Are we likely to get the same results of down power lines, down poles in the most densely populated area of the territory?
So the strategy is to provide composite poles, particularly in the more remote and the less dense areas of the territory. That's why we've, almost 100% on Water Island, 100% on Water Island, almost 100% on St. John, and the more sparsely populated parts of St. Croix and St. Thomas. In the more densely populated areas, we want to bury those lines. Of course, because they're densely populated, those become more challenging projects. But our Director of Project Management, Ms. Marsh Boltis, can probably speak specifically to the Tutu area.
Okay.
Shavante Marsh Boltis, Director of Project Management, Electric. So for the Tutu area, the reason why you don't see composite poles, as mentioned, is that it's actually planned for undergrounding. So that requires us to go through the engineering analysis, environmental hazardous review from FEMA. So there is a process so that we can get those projects going, but it is on part of our long-term plan to underground those areas.
So we're not going to see that realistically for the Tutu Valley Anna's Retreat area, considering all the steps that are involved. We're not going to see realistically anything in that area as far as mitigation, probably for some time now, maybe for the next couple hurricane season.
I would say within the next year or two, we will see something. We're looking at bigger projects. We started off with smaller projects in the beginning because that was what was already approved in an effort to move forward quickly. So that's where you see that we have the completion of like the 7E Cruise Bay project on St. John and the St. Croix projects. Our next path forward is to do some of those densely areas as well as our transmission lines. One of the most critical things are to get our backbones up. During Ernesto, getting your main feeder lines and your transmission line is very critical. However, getting our densely populated areas are just as important, but in order for us to get power to the customers, we need to get them powered through the main line. So that's some of the things that we're actually working on as we speak. We're working on priority with our third-party project management companies as well as the engineers internally, FXB Bonus, to prioritize some of those projects. And we're hoping to have a list once we get these first projects started in this year to kind of let the public know what's upcoming. So that's a part of our strategy.
Okay. Thank you for your response. And one final question before I allow my colleagues to speak. I know the big question, for Virgin Islanders is, are we going to see any relief from the sporadic power outages because of, and I understand why you have scheduled power outages, the issue with fuel, etc. Should we expect at least for the next remainder of the year, or maybe until the Wartsila come online, should we expect this sort of sporadic power outages just as a strategy to keep WAPA going for the remainder of the year? What sort of time frame before we see some stabilization there?
So the time frame, maybe I can start backwards. The time frame for stabilization is, once we get those 4 additional generating units online, that will help us tremendously. We're also trying to interconnect the solar projects on St. Croix. That helps St. Croix with their reliability, but most importantly, it's a cost savings across the territory, it reduces our expenses, it helps us shrink our structural deficit. So we run a structural deficit of upwards of $5 million monthly. Getting some of those projects online put us in a better cash position so we can keep up with some of those fuel payments that we've struggled to keep up with recently. I'll also say there is something that I'm trying to dissect with the team. So we've had an excessively hot year. This morning, again, there was another excessive heat advisory warning popping up on my phone. Our consumption patterns as a community has shifted and changed. Matter of fact, good news, bad news. Our peak used to be midday. That's when we had the largest customer demand. With the advent of solar and a lot of what we're doing with net metering, net billing, and our utility scale solar, we're seeing that peak sort of shifting more to an evening peak. We're maintaining high levels of generation well past 11 p.m. at night. That is a little bit atypical for what our historical trends have been. As a result, we've been burning a lot more fuel than we probably would have forecasted a year ago, 2 years ago. We do think that as we get into these cooler months, we could probably see a little bit decline in that customer demand. We're hoping that customers will also be a little conscientious in their energy usage to help us bring down that customer demand, and the combination of those things should allow us to do a better job for the remainder of the year, keeping the power on and keeping it stable. There are other things that can happen. We're dealing with aged equipment, as I pointed out. But as far as this acute crisis that we experienced, we're hoping that the worst of it is behind us, and we'll try to mitigate it to the best of our ability moving forward.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I'm sitting here and wondering why are we still having a composite pole conversation and not really looking at the underground infrastructure. On St. Croix, we have a estate that's been out of power. Today is 70 days that they have no power. And the responses that I'm getting regarding the underground infrastructure ain't sitting well with me. Why can't we start with this estate that already have the underground infrastructure in place so that these residents can get back their power? I wrote to WAPA on this issue and asked for an update, and to date, I have yet to get a response. I'm just asking, why are we having a composite pole conversation and not addressing the underground infrastructure? There's one in place right now in the Bugsby Hole area. Those people been without power since June 26th.
Yeah. To answer your question, Senator, so first of all, we will give you a comprehensive response. To answer your question, though, they're not mutually exclusive. We spoke about our projects, composite poles in areas that are remote, undergrounding in areas. Those are projects that are FEMA funded, and those are projects that have been planned well in advance with FEMA as part of our recovery process. The specific issue that's happening in Bugsby Hole is a developer-installed system that has now failed. There was, when I stepped in and started asking questions, as I stepped into this role about 5 weeks ago, I inquired about utilizing the existing infrastructure that's there at Bugsby Hole. There are concerns about liability issues because the equipment is not WAPA's equipment. It's not built to WAPA standards. It doesn't meet our standards for underground power provision to households. I inquired about going overhead and just bypassing the underground system. I was informed that that's a more costly approach to the problem, and that more than likely some hybrid of using some of their system with the appropriate waiver of liability and some of our installation was probably the quickest solution. We've began the procurement, we've began the planning. I'll get you an update as to where exactly we stand, but we are preparing to perhaps put in what is a hybrid system, some new infrastructure from us. I'm working with the best of the infrastructure that meets our standards that's already in the ground existing.
I appreciate the response, and I will await the report. But
Sure.
I am totally disappointed that a whole underground infrastructure could go in, and based on what you're telling me, this means that it wasn't approved by WAPA. When you build a house and whatnot, you need to get occupancy permit and all kind of thing. If you're going to put in a whole infrastructure, I'm just saying that it should have been approved by the authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Gittins. You good?
Yeah. I'm just that infrastructure went in a long time ago. I just wanted to point that out. They were ahead of their time when they put it in, but things do have a shelf life, and it's now approaching its shelf life. So we will work. Those are our customers. We want them powered up. We want them back on our grid. We'll figure it out in the shortest time possible.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round. We are going to have a 7-minute round and a 4-minute round to follow. Senator Angel Bolquez, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and of course to the testifying panel of the Water and Power Authority. There is no doubt in my mind that everyone in this room feels the plight of the people, and more so the retirees and the other individuals who are on fixed incomes who struggle to make decisions based on utility services, cost of food, healthcare, and medicine. And one of the things that I'm sure that they're very interested in is concerning damaged appliances due to electric grid failure or even for those routine power rotations. Is WAPA offering some sort of stipend in that sense for damaged appliances?
Short answer, not to beat around the bush, Senator, is no, we're not offering such a stipend. The longer answer is first of all, it's hard to validate what's wear and tear on an appliance versus what is an acute problem caused by us.
Noted. I just wanted the answer in short, and I appreciate it. And in your testimony, you highlighted ongoing and upcoming projects to modernize the aging infrastructure, to integrate renewable energy sources. I'm a proponent of that, and I wanted you to provide this body with a breakdown of which renewable energy projects you currently have funded and the status of those projects and the expected dates of completion for those projects.
So we have some power purchase agreements, which is not our funding. It's actually developer-funded projects. They're putting in the infrastructure at their cost. Our obligation is only to interconnect once they have built out the system. We have one project built and awaiting interconnection on St. Croix. There's one under construction. There's 2 planned for St. Thomas. There's 1 planned for St. John. In addition to that, so there's another project that I think the Senate just approved, the lease in Bovoni for a wind project. And in addition to that, we have 3 renewable projects, one at St. Thomas, one at St. John, one at St. Croix, microgrid projects that are HUD funded.
And how many of those projects, ideally speaking, theoretically, how many of those projects need to come online so that the renewable energy battery storage component is able to augment the grid so that, in fact, whenever you have to go down for routine maintenance, that certain grids or feeders or whatever do not lose or have loss of power?
So that's 2 different questions. So the microgrid projects that we have are designed to allow us to use those solar resources and battery power to keep grids up, even though the main power plants are down. So those are the HUD-funded recovery mitigation projects that we're pursuing. Our private power purchase agreements, those allow, the real benefit of those projects is it allows us to offset some of our fossil fuel generation, not have to start generators while we rely on solar power. And the batteries allow us to push that resource a little bit later into the evening hours. So even when the sun goes down, we still have dispatchable power. And during the day, if there's a rainy day, cloud cover, we still have a steady output from those farms, which we don't currently have at Dunu and Spanish Town.
Yeah, but that's where we really need to be, that sweet spot. We really need to try to get to that sweet spot so that we are not relying on our generators as much, and of course the price of fuel. Father God, give us the elements, the sun, the wind, the water. Yes. We can utilize those components to create the energy that we're talking about. So we got to get to that sweet spot. And the question is, how much further do we need to go? How much money do we need to spend in order to get to that point?
We, I don't believe it's a financial issue. We are building projects right now. If there's any, so the developer is doing what they're supposed to do. The wind developer that approaches body for the lease, hopefully they are similarly able to do what they're supposed to do. Within the Water and Power Authority, we are trying to push our projects as well. We are stretched a little thinly, but it's not a financial issue. We are pushing our projects to the best of our ability.
Well, I'm glad to hear that because if I may reiterate, this institution has done its part in the sense of providing finances to the Water and Power Authority so that they can continue to try to get to where they need to go and provide the services that the people of the Virgin Islands deserve. Also in your testimony, you acknowledge significant amount of overdue payments to critical vendors, including fuel suppliers. And I'm wondering how WAPA is managing these debts and what is the impact of those overdue payments? Are you being penalized for late fees? Is that number growing? Is it a flat rate? What are we looking at overall?
So that's where we do have the financial challenge, right? So I don't have our projects, our capital projects are for the most part funded projects. We don't have a lot of capital projects sitting on the books unfunded. Where we lack funding is just on that operating side of the equation, right? We're doing our best to keep up with those critical vendors that are essential for providing water and power. And to the extent that we have good cash flow weeks, we try to take care of some of the smaller vendors that are also critical and also critical to the economy. We try to take care of them as best we can. The projects that we're bringing on, the capital projects that we're trying to bring on will ultimately put us in a better cash position to meet all of our financial obligations. And so that is the ultimate mission.
Okay, noted, duly noted. And we don't want WAPA to become an entity that people do not want to do business with. We need to clear up those obligations because at the end of the day, when you do business with the small business sector, which is local, it still helps the economy and keeps it rolling. So we got to try to do a little bit better in that space. I also wanted to ask about, you highlighted the use of the microgrids and battery storage systems as part of the infrastructure plan. And given the current state of emergency, what is the immediate plan to deploy those technologies? Exactly how are you going to integrate them? Once they're built out, how are they going to be integrated into the grid?
So the project that we have ready to go is the interconnection of the Petronella solar farm and St. Croix. That's first up to bat.
Time.
We've negotiated that agreement. We have an agreement in principle. I do have to present it to my board for their ratification. But we have a draft agreement now that will allow us, hopefully within 30 days, to bring that project online. What I've asked, as far as our financial crisis, what I've asked the GVI to support WAPA in is help make sure that we can keep up with our critical operating day-to-day expenses, buying us the time to get our capital projects online. That's probably the first big one. The BESS was actually the first one. We put that online a couple weeks ago, so that battery backup, providing 9 megawatts of power for 2 hours daily on St. Thomas. That's in place now. It's been functioning and it's been helping with our situation. And the next project in line is probably the interconnection of the solar project on St. Croix. The next project after that, hopefully before the year is out, will be the Wartsila projects on St. Thomas. So step by step, we're starting to put the capital projects online that are ultimately going to shrink our financial structural deficit.
Okay, very well. And Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up, please.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I am looking forward to that day when we are all interconnected in the sense of being able to augment each of the grids together. I know that will require underwater cable, but at some point that will be the end all, hopefully, when it comes to having reliable energy in the Virgin Islands. And I want to tell you to keep the pressure on. Do not let the pressure up. This is a very important mission and project that you're endeavoring upon. So thank you for the time. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the time as well.
Thank you very much, Senator. Before I entertain your point of information, Senator Capehart, we just want to welcome and recognize as non-committee members, Senator Samuel Carrion on St. Croix, non-committee member, Senator Ray Fonseca on St. Thomas. Welcome. Point of information, Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on the question that Senator Bolkes was asking, and good morning to your team, Mr. Carl Knight. As we're talking about renewable energy, as you, WAPA has looked into the LPG, also the solar. Is WAPA also looking at other renewable energies like the wind turbines, the ocean thermal, the geothermal? There are so many different kinds of alternate energy, renewable energy, because we've had a total dependency on fossil fuel, and I give it to WAPA for trying to get off the total dependency. So just trying to follow up as to, is WAPA looking at other renewable energy projects?
Wasn't me. Thank you for the question, Senator. So I was fortunate in my role as the director of the Energy Office. I was able to secure a partnership with the U.S. Department of Energy and the National Renewable Energy Laboratories. We called it Energy Development in Island Nations, and that Eden Initiative did a complete exploration of renewable energy sources in the Virgin Islands. We know that we have a wind resource on the south shore of St. Croix as well as on the south shore of St. Thomas in the Bovoni area that can satisfy utility scale wind. And so we are pursuing that with one of our PPA partners. Hopefully they can develop utility scale wind projects in those areas for us. Of course, we are knee deep in solar projects at this point in time. We don't have a geothermal resource in the territory that is sufficient to produce what we need to do at a utility scale. There is tidal energy and some other things that aren't necessarily commercially viable that we've kind of looked at, and maybe the time will come when we can scale them to make them more commercially viable. And finally, there's a methane gas project. Those of you with a good memory, we did put in, during my time in the Energy Office, we put in about a 1 megawatt Caterpillar engine at the Bovoni landfill. But to harness that gas, the landfills were never properly designed, they were never properly lined. The ability to harness that methane gas and then competing with the subterranean fires that burn up the manifolds that you're trying to pipe the gas through. That project failed because the landfill just wasn't designed to be able to accommodate that energy.
Mr. Chair, if I just make follow-up. So the waste to energy, is that also a conversation as you're talking about, grabbing those gases from our landfill? It hurts me to say that. But our landfill, that is definitely a component of getting that to use as another source. So waste to energy, even though we may not generate the amount of waste that we would need to generate, to have that offset. I just wanted to...
Waste to energy is a constant... over the last several years, I'm constantly bombarded with proposals for waste to energy facilities. I am a believer in waste to energy, not because I need the energy, but because I think it's a waste solution, period. I still think the community should pursue that. I was a big proponent of alpine energy, and I'm still a proponent of waste to energy. The challenge that I've had over the years, and even in the last few weeks that I've taken this role, is a lot of the folks proposing waste to energy solutions, they cannot show me a viable facility that's US EPA certified and in operation, particularly for municipal solid waste. If they can demonstrate to me that they have a waste to energy facility that is permitted by EPA, that is specifically processing municipal solid waste, I'm all ears. Usually they tell me about things happening in Europe and happening in Asia and every place else but the United States where I have to have an EPA certified facility. Alpine died because we got a lukewarm reception from the EPA to that project.
Thank you very much. Mr. Knight, the senator before, Senator Capehart, mentioned I think you mentioned the Petronella project,
yes.
Petronella project on St. Croix, and you said it's pretty much ready to go.
Ready to go.
And that you were waiting on, I guess, within 30 days. What would prevent us from actually hooking this up, if that's the correct terminology, within the next 30 days? What could go wrong to prevent us from actually doing the connection and realizing the benefits like within the next 30 days?
I don't anticipate anything going wrong as long as the board buys into the agreement that we have negotiated. The power purchase agreement was already signed and inked. We have already agreed to cost. The agreement that we just recently completed negotiation on was the interconnection. The terms of the interconnection, which is more of a technical conversation on what conditions can they tie into our grid. I'm thankful to the Incident Command. They did provide me with the funds that we think will be necessary to do the modifications to our power plant to accommodate this new source of generation. So we're funded there to make those modifications. So I don't foresee issues. We are working through the legalese of it. So as long as the attorneys don't stymie our progress, the technical side of the project is ready to go.
Okay. Glad to hear that. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Your question stimulated another question in my mind. So it's following along that train of thought, that thread to ask. And a pleasant good day to the men and women of WAPA and, of course, Mr. Chairman Turnbull and our listening and viewing audience. Kindly indicate for us, Mr. Knight, where are we with the interconnection study by Sergeant of Lundy? Because we want to ensure our grid, our electrical grid is preserved. And if that electrical grid is compromised, we will be having more than these rolling blackouts. So tell us where we are with that interconnection study that you and WAPA has undertaken through Sergeant and Lundy.
The interconnection study being done by Sergeant and Lundy is still, it's nearing completion. It's not fully complete. However, in the interest of expediting our ability to put the first project that is ready to go online, they have sort of front-ended that study by looking at the Petronella project specifically and working out the interconnection components of that project. There's a little homework that they're doing now just to make sure we get the parameters right in that interconnection agreement, but that will take care of the portion of interconnection study that addresses the Petronella project. We are still looking at the global grid and the other projects that we're anticipating putting online, as well as St. Thomas and St. John. So there's still some more work to be done, but we have enough information to move forward with interconnecting Petronella at this point.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for that.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, CEO Knight.
Good morning, Senator.
And Board Chair Turnbull, supporting my leadership team there, and thank you for your testimony. You know, Mr. Chair spoke to the impact of the WAPA, and in respect to us here as a society in this day and age, what it does when it comes to development, investment, redevelopment, what it does to our seniors and those that are most vulnerable here in our territory when it comes to making choices in terms of buying food and or medicine, the high cost and reliability of the electrical bill. Many of our seniors who have medical devices who are being challenged at this time. Our children in school, whereas they have to do their work online, etc., and our students at our university. These power outages is a problem. And I know many of them also speak to their appliances. And it's a double whammy because I know I heard the CEO spoke to the age, etc., the appliances, but many of these individuals buy new appliances and they still get damaged. So it's a double whammy for them and they are not reimbursed. So what do you do? It's affecting their livelihood, the way that we live at this time. And it's a vexing problem. And according to a report by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, they stated that the single largest cause of electrical power outages occurs when trees or portion of trees grows or fall into overhead power lines. And if I'm understanding this right, failure to carry out proper vegetation management is the single largest cause of power outages, besides fuel, of course, in the territory. And FEMA also said the guide to expanding mitigation, and it states, I quote, years of improper maintenance and poor vegetation management around electric infrastructure created a perfect environment for hurricanes Irma and Maria to wreak havoc on power grids. That's what FEMA said after Hurricane Irma and Maria. And our storm, that little storm that came through Ernesto, have shown us what happens when you do not do proper management when it comes to mitigation. So, was there any discussion of the possibility of using federal funds from all of the different funds that was available to support vegetation management?
Yes, absolutely. Please. Yeah, absolutely. Coming into the job, that was one of my high priorities. Before Ernesto, I kind of knew we had a problem there, and it was a conversation that we initiated very early on. There are federal, so we've secured mulches from the Department of Interior. Those we've been able to secure already. And we have another grant from, it's coming through the Virgin Islands Energy Office. I think it's DOE, Department of Energy grant specifically for vegetation management. I intend to use that to make sure we have proper equipment, including the tree trimming trucks, to make sure we also train the crews. And, I think on St. Croix, I'll be able to create a small tree trimming outfit and get back to WAPA doing regular tree trimming year-round. On St. Thomas, I probably have to recruit, but I plan to have a full-time tree trimming outfit supplemented by contracting help to the extent that they're willing.
When was the last time you had a contract in place for that type of service?
That contract has been gone now. Anybody can help me? It's been a while. I know we haven't had one in place for this year, and it's probably been a couple of years since our tree trimming contract with Asplund.
The reason why I asked you that because I'm wondering what the cost in terms of to the authority of a contract versus lost revenues when it comes to power outages, because I know you lose revenue every time, especially these rolling blackouts in its territory. Have you done an analysis of what type of funds are lost during this period and what?
I haven't done a formal analysis, but my back of the envelope calculations immediately told me that we're losing more money than if we contract to keep the trees off our lines.
Correct.
Those outages and even the slowness to the extent that because we could have moved a little faster, not a lot faster, but even with Ernesto, the ability to put back certain sections, the Dorothea area and those sections, those are meters that weren't spinning because of vegetation management issues. It's worth the investment. I'm going to make the investment. 2020, I'm being told 2020 was when the contract for tree trimming expired.
Correct, because repairs and response also is included when it comes to costs. Okay, let me ask you, in respect to your testimony, you said that 55% of the fiscal year 2024 operating expenses goes toward fuel costs. What percent goes toward personnel?
Go ahead.
Wait a minute. I didn't have a percentage.
Give me a quick minute. We'll break that down by percentage. We don't have it by percentage.
Okay, very well. Also, in respect to your revenues and your shortfalls and vendors in terms of vendor payments, I want to ask Director Hodge Noel, because since Irma Maria, we have had a lot of funds, especially mitigation fund and other funds. When it comes to the water line expansion, I've been advocating for that for some time now. And we know we have a housing crisis at this time. We know the cost of building in the territory is almost out of reach for many Virgin Islanders. And we know and understand when it comes to construction, your system and roof are two of the most important, the highest costs when it comes to building a house. And I've been speaking to the water line expansion in terms of development and home ownership opportunities when it comes to building and the importance of utilizing those funds to expand in areas where there are no homes, etc., or they need new development.
Time.
And Mr. Hodge, if I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Hodge have spoken passionately about this also, along with VIHFA, when it comes to that project. But I'm here on the sheet for St. Thomas, St. John District. I'm seeing Nazareth Waterline, permit phase, Anna's Retreat Waterline, extension, phase 2, planning phase, Mahogany Estate, Waterline, permit phase, Blackbeard Hill, permit phase. Anna's Retreat, Tutu area, my colleague spoke to, and Smith Bay. I don't even see Smith Bay on the paper, and Smith Bay was part of those long-term projects, where those are the most highest density areas in the Virgin Islands. And we're talking about revenues and expansion and assisting our people in the territory because of these funds. What is going on in our space, and why Anna's Retreat Tutu area in a planning phase, and there's not Smith Bay is not even on this paper? Talk to me, please, because I know we have been having a discussion for some time, and I'm very disappointed in what I'm seeing. What the timeline, and why are we not seeing any movement when it comes to the waterline extension projects because of the urgency of what I just spoke to?
Good morning, Noel Hodge. So the Anna's Retreat is not in the planning phase. We are starting the design phase. We did get a ARPA grant agreement to start the design, which will begin, and I have a 24-month window to have the Anna's Retreat area completed, and that would be the areas like Ras Valley, the area surrounding Faith Christian Fellowship Church. In terms of the Smith Bay water line, the funding that I was looking for through the housing finance, the HUD, that funding has kind of slowed to a halt, and so I'm trying to get other funding. And I think I have a faster approach to that project through the prudent replacement, which we expect to have the fixed cost officer for St. Thomas St. John approved come October of this year, and then we could begin spending funds in January of 2025. So I'm going to switch funding for Smith Bay.
Please, I'm happy to hear that because we've been speaking to this for some time, and you know the importance of such a project. So I'm happy to hear that, but when you say you're going to start?
For Smith Bay?
Yes.
So we're going to have, we expect to have access to the funding in January 2025. So then we could, prioritize the Smith Bay area as one of the most densely populated areas on the St. Thomas East End.
Well, thank you for your response. I'm gonna follow up with you and stay on top of you guys because it's critical to me and it's one of my most pressing issues and it's a priority. Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your point of information.
Mr. Chairman, just to respond to that inquiry on the personnel costs, it's 17.6% of our operating expenses went to personnel.
Thank you for that. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on a question, a probing question that was being asked by my colleague before. CEO Knight, he did ask about the tree trimming, which helps to prevent the overgrowing on our electrical lines. Now, is it to our understanding that you're saying that you would do this internally, or would the board be looking for a tree trimming service as WAPA has had before in the past? Are you going to do this internally and train your guys to do this, or you are going to seek a vendor to do this?
Both and. We're going to, the way I contemplate it, because we do have our fiscal challenges, maybe having a contractor year-round is not the most prudent approach. I do think having a contractor during the storm season from June 1st to the end of November is in everybody's best interest to have underground trucks and men that that can support that, as well as during that period of time, they can do some preventative work. Year round, though, we have small little areas, a little house here, a little house there that has a tree in the line. There's a year-round need for that service, and I want to be able to provide that in-house with dedicated and trained tree trimmers. Right now, that service is provided by our line workers, and I really don't want our line workers having to, while it's necessary that they have the ability, I don't want to have to depend on them. I want them doing line work. I want tree trimmers clearing the lines for them.
Thank you, because we know that this is a big service interruption. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. CEO Knight, I wanted to ask you, I have an article from February 22nd, 2010. In the article, it mentioned former governor, it didn't say former governor, at the time he was governor, Governor John D. Young, U.S. Assistant Secretary of the Interior for Insular Areas, Anthony Babauta, and Joe Garcia, Director of the Department of Energy's Office of Economic Impact, recently signed a memorandum of understanding setting out what each party's role will be in achieving a goal of having 60% of the territory's energy come from renewable resources by 2025. And I think you were probably the energy director at that time. You worked for John D. Young. How close are we to achieving that goal? Where are we now in terms of deriving energy from renewable sources?
So thank you for the question. Yeah, I did work in that administration, and I was part of that effort. That's part of the Eden initiative that I spoke about earlier. I haven't quantified it since I've been in the job, but that push, and it was a combination of renewables and energy efficiency, actually reducing our fuel consumption. It was a total of 60%, the bulk of which would have been renewables. I do believe that we are on target if we can get our projects online. So more so than the necessity of getting that power on the grid is also keeping that goal that the territory set and being able to say that we achieved the thing we set out to do 15 years ago. So that goal hasn't been lost. We're achieving it through net metering, net billing, through our utility scale projects. I am a proponent for renewable energy resources. It has always been my intention to meet that goal, and 15 years later, I'm in a driver's seat to make sure that we get there.
2025 is next year, you know.
I know.
Okay. Is it time, considering our goal, to really utilize more renewables as our energy source? Is it time for the Water and Power Authority to have the technical personnel on board, maybe developing a renewables division at the Water and Power Authority, given futuristically where we're heading? Isn't that inevitable? Isn't that something that WAPA should be moving towards?
It is definitely a part of my thought process as to how do we insert leadership within the authority to make sure that this future that we're starting to transition to is while we're dealing with the legacy units, the legacy generation, we are transitioning to a more transmission and distribution-centric operation where a lot of our power is coming from places other than Harley and Richmond. So having someone kind of looking after that aspect of the business is something that I've been mulling over in the few weeks that I've been doing this. I have reached out to Director Fleming at the Energy Office. He's willing to actually fund some positions for me to kind of look after what I call the new WAPA that is starting to evolve. So as we start to put these assets online and start to do some of the more innovative and creative things, I need someone to kind of mind that shop while the rest of us pay attention to the legacy part of WAPA that we have to keep afloat long enough to live to see the new WAPA.
I'm glad to hear that. One final question before I go to the next testifier. I wanted to ask you about the impact of more of this WAPA rapture that we're hearing about. More and more people leaving the system with every power outage that takes place. You go to Home Depot, you go to some of these places, you see those solar companies lurking, and more Virgin Islanders are saying it might not be a bad deal to finance this thing through the banks to get my own independent solar system and, ease the headaches of dealing with, the long-term WAPA fix. I mean, have you quantified the impact that more and more people leaving the system is having on WAPA? I mean, are you looking at trends and that sort of thing?
Yeah, let me be clear. I don't consider it a rapture, and I'm not going to fight the future. Matter of fact, I want to position our public power utility to support the desires and the needs of our community to produce their own power, to be more independent, to have their own backup sources. I'm not in competition with folks that are in a position or trying to be in a position to help themselves. I want to help them help themselves. So I want to make it easier for them to get into. That's why we're financing solar power right now through our business office. I mean, we are working hand in glove with the energy office to finance Solar for All as part of their Solar for All initiative. I want to help give out rebates. I want to help you get your batteries. That is the future of this public utility that we own. As a community, as our needs evolve, we need to be resilient, not just as a utility, but as individual households as well. I want to help with that resilience. My job isn't to compete. I'm not trying to make a profit. I'm not trying to earn sales. I'm trying to make sure that everybody has a reliable, affordable source of power. And if that's you putting panels on your roof or putting batteries in your garage or, putting up your generator, I want to support that. What I want to make sure that you have is a connection to our grid so that if your panels blow off your roof, Nesto, or your battery fails you and at that opportune time, that I'm still there for you. Okay. I need to be there for businesses. I need to be there for the government that isn't in a position to do what some homeowners can do for themselves. There's still a need for our service, and I want to make sure we can provide that service when called upon.
So from a business model standpoint, from your business model, this isn't going contrary to your business model. Things like hotels setting up shop and saying, look, I need to have my own independent power system here. Whereas if we had a reliable water and power authority, just the burden of having their own independent power system or power plant at their hotels or whatever would not be necessary. And I'm thinking that from their perspective, it would be so much easier to not have to have that, And I'm thinking that it would have to have some impact on WAPA's survival if more and more people, entities, businesses, citizens are leaving. So
you're absolutely right, Senator. Your thought process is exactly right. Who I am concerned about is what we call our large power customers, both the existing as well as the potential ones. I have a lot of large power customers, well, not my customers, they're off the grid. And I do think that I can provide them with a value proposition to have them connected to the grid. I think the things they're trying to do for themselves, I do believe the Water and Power Authority, that new WAPA, can do it for them even better. So this new WAPA has battery backup in our power plant today. If you're really worried about reliability, let's have a conversation about me providing a battery backup for your small hotel, or your large hotel for that matter. You want your own generation? I got the best generation experts in the territory. Let's have that conversation. I do believe that reliability is a major concern for LP customers, and I think we now have the tools and access to the tools to provide better reliability. I do want to have a better relationship with our large customers. The residential customers, those on fixed income, I want to help them help themselves. The large power, that's probably a more lucrative market for us. I want to make sure that on a key accounts basis that we're targeting that market. And we're fulfilling the needs, even from an economic development perspective. If you're coming here, I don't want your first thought to be, how do I produce my own power? Right. I want to be able to provide you with a reliable service, even if I have to do so on your site to support you. As long as you're connected to my meter, I'm happy.
Thank you for your response. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And right from that backdrop of that whole discussion, because I'm often challenged or question our ability to be able to be in this perfect storm where we're encouraging alternative energies from customers, but at the same time, what is being contemplated by WAPA in respect to the operating costs associated with WAPA. These individuals that's jumping off of the grid are the ones that could afford to pay WAPA. And instances where they're now establishing their own alternative energy, how then do we continue to sustain? So what is being done in terms of streamlining the process moving forward so that we could simplify the operating costs associated with the continued operation of WAPA?
So there are folks, there's three categories of people that I have to deal with. There's the legacy net metering customers. They have an arrangement that basically we subsidize their ability to go off grid because they have a one-to-one relationship. For any power they put back on the grid, we pay the retail rate instead of the wholesale avoided cost rate. Those customers, I'm not going to, no fault. They understand if they ever come off of that program has changed since then. But they were the pioneers and they were the innovators, and so they get rewarded for being the first to be innovative. We have since evolved to a net billing system that says, hey, size our system appropriately to cover your needs. Because if you have to sell excess power back to me, I'm going to charge you I'm going to pay for that at avoided cost. I'm not doing one-to-one anymore. So that system has now changed. There's a third class of customers that I need to clean up, which is all of the customers out there that are illegally net metering or whatever. They have systems that are connected that have not been properly permitted, are not properly accounted for in my billing system. And those are the folks I'm going to be going after to make sure that that arrangement makes sense for them and us, and of course, preserving our safety and the safety of our line workers as well. I do believe that eventually we'll look at customer charges for folks that are net metering, and I think we have a system in place that the Energy Office did negotiate with DPNR and WAPA for net billing that's fair to those customers. And I just need anyone that wants to produce their own power to fall in line with those parameters. If they do so, I don't think it hurts the authority.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, because you opened up one of my questions I was going to ask regarding net metering. Do you think the permit process is the correct process, is the most prudent for the authority, for the permitting for the solar net metering, or whatever alternative? I really thought that it should be coming through you guys so you would know in advance what type and where the location of any alternative energy sources, where they are coming from, so you would avoid some of the safety issue that you mentioned.
Yeah, I have to revisit that. In my days, back in the Energy Office days, I did a lot of work on the permitting side of things. Historically, WAPA had a fear of the rapture and losing sales, and WAPA historically didn't make the permitting process as straightforward as those folks at DPNR and the Energy Office had wanted to see these programs succeed.
Right.
And I think the structure of the permitting program is a legacy of those days. Sitting in this seat, and I do believe, honestly, for the last few years, WAPA has been in a different mode of operation, embracing that reality, recognizing that that's what utilities across the country are doing, and that we're no different. Matter of fact, we need it more than ever. So we will take another look at the permitting process.
I think it needs to be taken a look at, because now you have to go on the back end to identify where these sources are, and you have no idea. And it's a danger.
It is.
To your workforce, and I would even stress that it's a danger to the grid. Okay, and I will even stretch further that could be even a terrorist act, a domestic terrorist act, for any compromise or for the grid to be compromised. So the grid is yours, and you have to be able to maintain and secure the grid. End of story. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. You said the net metering program which was legally in place, is what you're addressing, or the illegal net metering issue?
I need to address illegal connections. I don't want to call them net metering. Illegal connections to the grid.
okay.
Where folks they're generating their own solar or wind power, and they are not doing it through our interconnection agreement.
Okay. Because net metering is legal process that went
Net
through.
metering
that
and net
is in
billing is a
existence.
legal process. I want to facilitate that. If you do it the right way, I want you to I want to facilitate that for you.
Okay, good. CEO Knight, okay, this is what I'm trying to figure out. Who do you answer to? WAPA is under a state of emergency. Right now, you're under a state of emergency. There's an incident command in place that came before us that asked for a 90-day extension. I didn't vote for it. But I'm saying now, you're the CEO. I don't question that. But do you answer to the board or do you answer to the incident command?
On a day-to-day basis, I answer to the board. The governing board are my bosses.
Okay.
I keep them in the loop as to my operations. I collaborate with the incident command as the territory has a crisis that we just happen to be a part of. And so to that extent, I extend my full cooperation to the other parties within the GVI as part of that incident command.
And I think it's confusing. Why I say that is because, did the board give you a contract? You have a contract with the board now?
I interviewed with the board, and the board has given me a contract. I am an
so you have
employee
a
of the governing
contract
board of WAPA.
as a CEO. You're no longer chief of staff for the administration.
As of August 26, I have a contract in place by the governing board of the Virgin
What
Water
mandates have the board given you? What mandates have the board given you since you have been chief of staff under the state of emergency presently as a part of your contract?
They have given me my contract is not tied to the state of emergency. They've given me broad mandates for parameters regarding performance, operational as well as financial performance, shoring up the management structure. So in my contract, they have laid out conditions as to what they expect out of the position and the role.
Okay.
And that was spelled out by the board.
Good. Now, you have an energy, electrical entity, you have a water entity. The electrical entity just went through a hurricane. Ernest was a hurricane. Safety. I saw your team out in the night, north side. I ain't see them with flashlights. I ain't saying they didn't have. I ain't see them with big lights. I ain't saying they didn't have transformers bust off. I ain't see them with anything to trim off the trees from around the transformer. Safety. Does the safety measures or standards for your WAPA employees presently meet your standards?
So I'll tell you the culture of the safety culture has vastly improved from where I was when I was here 20 years ago as an employee. I just commended the outgoing director of safety for helping to contribute to that culture. Yes, safety is paramount and foremost. One of the changes, and I do hope to work towards getting back there, but we don't do hotline work. Our linemen don't work on hotlines anymore. So when you see them out there, those lines are dead and de-energized. I do need to get our line workers back to that standard where they are comfortable and they have the equipment and the competency to do hotline work. But we do, safety is paramount to us. We have a new Safe Start safety program that we're now kicking off. Every job requires a safety overview before they start. We preach safety in the authority, and I'm very glad to see that and very proud of the safety operation we have in place.
Okay. Mandates again. Revenue. How much revenue do you generate on a monthly basis?
About 27 million in customer collections.
27 million customer. How much of that goes toward fuel?
How much of that goes to
fuel?
About 55% of that.
55%.
Recently, my CFO is correcting me. She says closer to 22 million recently, but about half of that, or a little more than half of that, is fuel.
So are you mandated by the board to launch a campaign
2 minutes
to generate or collect more revenue? Because How much outstanding revenue are we looking at on a monthly basis? If you went from 27 to 24, we done $5 million outstanding.
We are looking at shoring up our revenue collections based on some of the irregularities in our billing system and our metering system that I've found.
Mm-hmm.
What we're not doing, so one way to raise revenues is to raise rates. I am trying my best to not have to increase revenues through a rate increase. I do believe that there's money on the table that we can, if we correct our metering and billing issues, that we can collect. And I'm trying to raise revenues. I don't want anything that isn't owed to me. I'm trying to raise revenues in that fashion.
How much money are we looking at left on the table are we looking to collect? There has to be a mandate by the board to you. Yes, it has to be a mandate.
Good morning. This is Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer.
Okay.
Our current accounts receivable, let me break down some numbers for you. For the electric and the water division, it totals approximately $31.5 million.
Okay, good. Now, how much outstanding money are we talking about on a monthly basis?
We have revenue of approximately 21 to 22 million per month, and our costs vary based on fuel.
Wait, excuse me. 21 to 22
million
outstanding?
No. The outstanding for the current outstanding is $14 million.
$14 million outstanding.
Correct.
That's out.
Correct.
Mr. CEO, what are you doing to address that? Because finally, that's my one question, that. And finally, are you aware of, on St. Thomas, the electricity has been on a rotation basis, on a daily basis for the last couple of weeks? Are you aware of that?
It hasn't been the last couple of weeks. We have been rotating, I think, since Monday evening. That rotation actually ends today. Last night was the last of it. And I can certainly explain why. But
excuse me. When I mentioned the last couple of weeks, Ernesto was the last couple of weeks. From Ernesto time, and I think prior to Ernesto, the electricity has been going off on a regular basis, constantly, just about every day. Here in St. Thomas, that's what I'm asking you, are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the outages. I wouldn't call it rotating. These are not scheduled outages. I'm aware of challenges that we've had with generation and even some challenges in the field. Coming out of a storm, there are some things that create some...
No, excuse me. Again, I'm saying, I apologize for cutting you off, but excuse me. They are, because I receive texts that say, hey, these feeders will be going off for an hour, for 2 hours, up to, like I said, last night they went off for 2 hours. So it's...
Last week we had no scheduled rotating, there's no scheduled outages. We started a schedule of rotation that I believe began Monday night. Monday, 4-day morning, Tuesday, I believe is when it began. The week before that, we did not have scheduled rotating outages.
No, excuse me. Like I say, I don't want you to take me literal that.
Okay. Well, I got to be literal though.
Days. But what I'm saying, for the last couple of weeks, we are experiencing an extraordinary amount of power outages that can't be normal because of some issue. And in closing, because I know my time has been called, I do apologize, Mr. Chair. So in closing, with $14 million being out, you have to look at that. With these regular, they're scheduled power outages, some may be errant, but what is going on presently that needs to be addressed, whether it's through the incident command or yourself through the board? What is going on?
Power
outages.
So I just pointed out we don't do hotline work. So if I need to correct something that I might have did a temporary repair in the midst of restoration with Ernesto, if I need to come back and make a more permanent repair, I need to take down at least that section of the circuit to do that permanent repair. And that would be a scheduled outage, not rotating, but that is, my guys need to get in there to do some work, and we need to take down that section of the feeder so that we can do that work. There's going to be a lot of that, as we come out of storms, there's always going to be a lot of that because we did some things in the haste of restoring power that we now need to come back and do it the right way. And so you're going to see some of that. That's not scheduled outages. You did ask about the 14 million. That is something that we're actively pursuing. That is, we've launched a task force to look at the metering and billing function. We are looking at what at that depth we need to write off because it's uncollectible, because some of that debt is, for all intents and purposes, bad debt. We're not going to be able to collect. And we are looking at how much of that we need to go after. Some of it is based on our irregularity with our metering that has caused us to estimate. So we're trying to do that reconciliation right now.
Thank you. If you could just finish on the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Miss Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. We have recently hired 2 new collectors, and they are started about 2 weeks ago. And we have, my efforts have been about 3-4 months ago to have weekly meetings on billings, and we have already found certain elements of errors that we are going through and correcting. And we are also putting forward some proposals, in fact, to come through to the legislation to help us with some of the challenges that we have through the current billing programs. But we're doing a very significant deep dive in all of our billings.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. CEO Knight, did I hear you correctly when you said that the scheduled power outages ceased last night?
Yes, that's correct. Okay. As of this morning, I confirmed we do have a shipment of fuel we're expecting this weekend. Awesome. We sounded the tanks. We think we're good to go. We put a measure of fuel conservation in place because we realized that we had less fuel in the tank than would get us till this weekend. Okay. Now that we have gotten close enough to the weekend, I am confident that we're not going to run out of fuel and go totally dark. And so we have curtailing that conservation program.
Excellent. I know that, a couple of people who are football fans are concerned about, my outage was from 10 to 12. So I don't have to worry about that. That 10 to 12 outage for Thursday night football season.
I hope not. I also, to Senator DeGraff's point, there's a measure that I want to discuss. I want to do it more holistically, but we do need to look at the issue of back billing. It is something that has stymied some of our collection efforts. Yeah. And part of that 14 million, at some point we need to have a real conversation about what is reasonable and how we can do this in a way that's fair to the customers, but at the same time doesn't force us to leave revenues on the table.
And, that is I know the questions that we've been getting from customers recently, and I think I heard you comment on it at the PSC meeting that you had, where folks are seeing an apparent escalation in their bill. And I think your comment was that, you were getting an estimated bill previously, and we actually read your meters, and the actual reading exceeded the estimated reading. So, in other words, you're saying you were not paying the accurate amount, and I guess WAPA was leaving money on the table, so to speak, by estimating the bill. So I wanted you to have an opportunity to explain or elaborate a little bit more on that, the reason that customers are seeing or have seen in their last bill an apparent escalation in the cost. I saw it myself in my bill.
Right. It is still something that we're fact-finding on. There's a variety of reasons why we estimate bills. Estimating only works if I can get in there and take true and accurate readings periodically. If I'm estimating for months and months on end, that bill becomes less and less accurate. The more I estimate, the less accurate I am from a true-up. I need to be able to true-up the bills periodically. Some of our meters have been malfunctioning. We have a lot of meters that can't give me an accurate reading, can't give me a reading period. That creates a problem for us. We have some estimates that are generated manually where we can go in and create an estimate that makes sense. We have some estimates that are system generated, and what we found is sometimes those estimates are out of whack. We recognize it. We hear the outcry from the community, and we are putting in place measures to stop giving folks the sticker shock of getting a bill that on its face looks erroneous. Sometimes we think it's erroneous and it's just the true up after estimating for a period of time. This is your actual and real consumption.
Yeah.
And other instances, yes, they are erroneous bills. So we're trying to be able to come up with a process that can cipher through which are legitimate bills for legitimate consumption versus system-generated errors based on our failing metering infrastructure.
Awesome. I mean, it is really important that you develop a system, a CEO night, because I know citizens, I know elderly people in this community, I know folks who are frustrated when they see the bill and they're concerned about the disparity between this bill and the last, and they don't have the energy to complain. So they just quietly pay it. They don't want to hassle. And I suspect that most people are in that situation are not going to be calling WAPA and calling the PSC probably as they should. So I really want you to put some effort and energy into developing a strategy so that we can, we can address this issue
Certainly.
in a rational manner. Okay, I'm going to let the CFO respond, and then I'm going to give you a point of information, Senator Fonseca. Okay.
Good morning, Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. We recently received complaints through the PSC, and we always investigate them timely. There were 32 complaints from customer accounts for which they had said that recent billings, they had complained that they were excessive, and were at that point, the complaint was that they were not valid. There were approximately, I believe there were 5 of those accounts that we could not look into for technology reasons. Some had a no read. And then 3 of the accounts that we were provided, we had a name, and we're trying to get an account number so that we can research them. The remaining 27 of those 32, we went and revisited and reread the meter. And despite the fact that the customer had complained that they were excessive and invalid, 100% of them were accurate reads. The purpose of me saying that is that in all of those instances, the customer had had an estimated read, and then an actual read came at a later date. I won't get into the semantics of the details, but because of the 30-day back billing, we were not in a position to be able to, once we'd had the research to do so, go back and back bill those customers. So effectively, WAPA has had to eat the cost of now we're having to go back and give credits to those customers. But I just wanted to let you know that when those customer complaints come in, some of them are valid, and we address them immediately. But the most recent sort of purge of customer complaints that we've had, we found that they have been accurate reads.
Thank you very much. The timeline for developing that plan, that process, Mr. Knight.
So we're working, we've already started on that. One of the things that we're doing in the interim is we have an order of manual meters coming in, a little over 1,000 manual meters to try and start changing out those that are malfunctioning. I hope to be able to supplement that with an additional order. We have a long-term plan, which is the replacement of the whole system that FEMA has agreed to fund for us. We're very excited about that. That's the automated reading, the transmitters, the meters. The whole infrastructure is going to get a complete revamp. In the interim, we've started a process improvement effort, trying to see what are we doing wrong that we can correct in the interim before we get the technology straight. There's probably some process improvement that we can do internally, and that process has begun.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we don't have a specific date You didn't give me a specific date
as to when
but
we're
you're
going to
saying
correct the problem.
the process has started.
My deadline to that team is that I need to have an implementable plan within the next 90 days.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. Director Carl Knight, I just wanted to clarify, we were discussing the rotation schedule, and you mentioned that you sounded the tanks and you determined there's enough fuel now. Was that your statement?
That's correct.
You sounded the tank. So does that mean that you don't have a fuel gauge on the tank?
The fuel gauge is what did the sound in.
Oh, okay. Because I misunderstood.
Everything is automated.
I thought you were pumping the tank and you say, okay, this one got fuel, this one empty.
It's a
Popa. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
It's an old school term for the gauge told us how much fuel there in the tank.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Colleagues, we're crawling through this session, and we hope that you can limit, with all due respect. I know everybody has a right to ask for a point of information, but if we can get you here by 7 o'clock, we need to at least be a little reasonable with our points of information. So if you had one, no lunch and dinner. If you had one, maybe you could hold off until we go to the second round. Another point of information, Senator Alma Francis Seiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Quickly, in regards to I know based on conversation, we are roughly at about, 50% of estimation when it comes to the AML system. Is that accurate? What's the number now? Is it more?
The number is approximately 22 to 24%, depending on the week.
Okay, stop. That means somebody lied to me previously, because there have been several different numbers that have been given here. And the last set of numbers, we were told it was over 45%. So you're saying now it's gone backwards for a system you're saying is not working?
If I may clarify.
Okay, thanks.
With respect, Senator Heiliger, each month when we look at these, we're not lying. It may have been that weeks or that months or that average, but most recently we have had those.
So just for clarity.
Let me provide some clarity.
Just quick question. So depending on who comes before the body for a time period, month-wise, so at one point they tell us this system is so bad that money to rebuild it, and it has been increasing in the decreasing of accuracy. So the last set of numbers was almost 50%. Yeah. So now you're saying that it's improving?
No,
because
hold on.
I'm very much confused.
Senator, so words matter, and so the question you asked was how much we're estimating, right? So there is a difference between what we're estimating versus the system, because even if the system fails, I can still go out and get a read. I don't have to necessarily estimate. But Ms. Marsh-Boltis is more familiar, and she can answer that more succinctly.
So in regards to the AMI system, you are correct where we did have to go to FEMA, and that's where we were able to get the prudent replacement project approved to replace this whole system, which is because the system continuously fails. So it's below 50%, and it continues to decrease. What we have been doing is our team have been working diligently on trying to upkeep with, trying to replace as much meters as we can. We'll go at the different tower sites and make changes to the NCs, which are some of the equipment on the electrical side. But the AMI system itself is reading the MRR, which is the meter read rates, is going below 50% on an average. We've been trying to maintain as much as we can, which is why Mr. Director Knight mentioned purchasing meters so that we could try to do some manual reads and keep the mesh going on the system. But until we're able to get the full AMI project completed, which the RFP is going out hopefully October 1st, and it was approved by FEMA, so we have a path forward, we will be challenged internally by keeping the system maintained. So the meter reading rate and what they're actually manually reading is a little bit different. So that's where the misconception was.
So the AMI fails at about 48%, but we're still able to go out and get a manual read, and so we don't have to estimate 48% of the bills.
Yeah. So the system, my original statement is roughly correct,
Yes.
that the system is almost roughly failing at 50%. But you are manually trying to read them so that depending on the month, the rate is fluctuating.
That is a correct statement, ma'am.
Well, I appreciate that clarity because I am one of those that has been inconsistently being estimated, where if you look at my bill, I'll print it out for you, where you could see on my bill every 2 months the same number shows up. Every other month, the same identical bill shows up. So I'm fully aware I'm being estimated because the probabilities of you coming up with the same identical number 4 times in 1 year is kind of slim to none. So I want to know, especially with our public, how do you fix that? Because the public is getting a wrong message here. Because between the AML as well as what you guys are manually trying to do. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger.
So the long-term solution is to replace the whole system, right? And that's what FEMA has funded. We have a fixed cost offer that should be finalized by the end of September. And so they're basically paying for us to revamp everything, transmitters, meters, everything. The interim solution, we've been installing more manual meters and trying to get out there and read them manually. There's also another, so I'm meeting with our vendor next week to really reestablish that relationship, because as we are phasing out the system, there still needs to be some vendor support that, as far as I know, we haven't been receiving. So that relationship, because of the failure rate, probably has soured over the last couple of years. I want to kind of hold them to their obligation and make sure that they're supporting us as we kind of try to troubleshoot what's happening with the existing system.
Colleagues, I'm hearing you a little loud on that side, please. Thank you very much. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers. So, and what the Virgin Islands people want to know is, how are we going to ensure reliable energy in the U.S. Virgin Islands? That's the question of the day. And we're going to break it down a little further. One of our challenges, clearly, with reliable energy, we know that we have challenges with our infrastructure, etc. But what we've been receiving is we are experiencing, or you will be experiencing, power outages due to challenges with fuel. And one of the reasons why the state of emergency was put in place is to address the challenges with fuel. And I've listened to the conversation that we've had all morning, and I'm still not clear. I think my colleague from Savan tried to get clarity on what is that relationship between the incident command, the board, and the executive director. And I will say that based on the responses, it still remains unclear. Because we know once we are in a state of emergency means that whoever is outlined in that state of emergency is the responsible cast. So I'm going to ask the chair of the board, I'm going to start with the chair of the board. What is the relationship between the board and the incident command? And how often are you having meetings to discuss the challenges that we are experiencing? And these are the short-term challenges, because we know we have layers of challenges, short-term, long-term, etc. So, and we can't give the people of the Virgin Islands for 1 minute that we could fix all this at once. It didn't happen at once. I've lived here all my life, and I think since 1972 or 73, we've been experiencing these challenges, and they continue. So I want to understand. We're in a state of emergency. We approved it here in the institution of the legislature. What is that relationship between the board, the incident command, and the CEO, and how often are you having conversations, and how are you aligning this work so we can move forward? Because what I'm hearing, I might be hearing it wrong, just because of how we, deliver. What's the relationship?
Good afternoon, Senator Fred Gregory. When I became the chair of this governing board, upon the hiring of Executive Director Knight, he did approach me about the incident command, and he asked, if we had anybody who was on the board who wanted to be involved. I definitely was not one of the people who wanted to be involved.
But he's my good friend. We
Very
know
much so.
it today, okay?
Very much so.
Is there a relationship between the board and the incident command?
Through the executive director.
So through the executive director, and what is the information that comes back from the executive director back to the board, and how is the work that's happening in the Water and Power Authority aligning with what's happening at the incident command? I just need to be clear on it. Because the last thing we want is to continue the vicious cycle of us all moving in different directions.
Correct.
Because at the end of the day, what happens is the people will continue to suffer. And we need clarification on that today. And as I said earlier when I asked for my point of information, in order to flesh out these issues and for us to leave here having a clear understanding, it would have been critical, it is important that the leadership of the incident command should have been sitting at this table with us, so we don't have to leave not understanding and aligning. So.
Ask me the question again for the record, please.
Mm-hmm.
What's your question again for the record?
My question is, what is the relationship between the board, the CEO, and the incident command, and how are we aligning this work of the incident command and the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as we speak?
So again, for the record, the executive director is part of the incident command team. The board has not had any conversations since I've been chair with the incident command team.
Okay. So the board has a responsibility.
2 minutes.
The board gives the direction to the CEO, right?
That's correct.
So how are we doing this? How is this? I'm gonna just leave that there because I'm, having this conversation, and again, it goes back to exactly, we're not making true progress if we are not having that communicative, collaborative relationship. The people will continue to suffer. What is the challenge with the timely delivery of fuel in this district?
The challenge with fuel delivery, so there's a couple of things. There's operational issues. Right now in the St. Thomas St. John district, we're not at our most economic dispatch. That got a little bit better this week, but when we went into the holiday weekend, we had one of our main units, Unit 15, that's about 18 megawatts, that we could not dispatch on propane due to a mechanical failure. We were able to correct that. I believe that was Tuesday morning. We got that corrected.
So it's not a funding issue. Is it a funding issue?
Part of it is a funding issue. Our ability to one, we don't get credit from our fuel providers. They don't start sailing until we pay. Two, we're burning fuel at a faster rate, meaning that we're burning through cash at a faster rate too, and our collections hasn't been able to keep up with our need for fuel.
So I don't want to cut you off. So part of the challenge is tied to funding.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. And ideally, I think someone asked it before, and I'm not certain if it was asked and answered. What is the cost associated with the monthly fuel for this territory by island district? And I know it fluctuates, but there must be some
million on diesel,
average.
Don't have it by island.
I don't have it by island. It's about 9 million for diesel. Right now, both islands are low on inventory for diesel, so it's about $3 million shipments a month. And on propane, it's probably, what, 2 shipments a month? Another 9 million?
9 to 12.
Another 9 to 12 million for propane.
Okay, and you
Monthly.
shared, if with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, and you shared that your collections are about 22 million.
Yes.
So could you break down for us your 22 million, how it impacts your operating costs, how we chip away at it, and what is left on the table on a monthly basis in order to address the challenges of WAPA, particularly around our ability to provide fuel. We know we have issues with our electrical grid. We ain't debating that. The issue that we have right now is that we need to make sure that we are able to keep fuel in the tanks. People are going to leave the U.S. Virgin Islands out of frustration. Our job as elected leaders is to ensure that as we fix this issue, that we are able to provide the fuel at minimum. So please share that with me.
So we take care of our critical vendors, including our fuel supply. Our deficit, our structural deficit, runs about 5.5 million monthly. We've had a couple months where apparently it exceeded that because we weren't running at our most economical dispatch. The Incident Command did support us for the month of September. They did provide us with a $6 million payment. Part of that is for hurricane preparedness, and part of that was to help with operational expenses to close that structural deficit for the month of September. But essentially, that program of subsidy from the GVI has kind of made up that delta. In the months when we're not able to make up that delta, we have to defer payments. We have to negotiate with our vendors. My order of business from the time I came into the position 5 weeks ago is to start to reach out to our vendors that our relationship has become a little bit strained and try to rework and renegotiate those terms, helping them to understand the current cash flow predicament we're in, giving them a sense of when we think we can do better, and trying to work out payment plans and arrangements that make sense and help us through this lean period.
Thank you for your explanation. And I know that you just came on board recently. And I'm going to give up my discussion, but as you can see that I'm extremely frustrated over this. We have to look at the fuel contract in St. Thomas, and we need to figure out how we're going to get to propane, because diesel is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
We're well aware of that, yes. We're actually
Mr.
meeting with the
Chair.
fuel suppliers tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of information, you recognize Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is WAPA under a state of emergency? Board Chair.
The territory is under a state of emergency,
excuse me.
Senator.
I'd just like to ask the board chair. Yes, the board is WAPA, under your knowledge, is WAPA under a state of emergency?
That's what I've been told.
So you're not aware. You've been told, but are you aware, or should be the question, are you aware that WAPA is under a state of emergency?
For the 7 years that I've been part of this board, this authority has been under a state of emergency. From my point of view, hearing that the administration has put us under a state of emergency is something completely different. I've heard it.
Okay, so so as far as you're concerned, WAPA
has always been.
Has always been, but by the governor's state of emergency, you're not aware of that. Okay.
It's what I've read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turnbull. In other words, you're not seeing any significant change or any significant shift in the operations of the authority before or after the state of emergency was declared. I'm getting from you that you haven't noticed any specific change in the operations of the authority since the declaration of a state of emergency was made?
I personally have not.
Okay. Thank you for your candor.
Of course.
Senator Kenny Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Before I go to the billing issues, I want to remind you all that we are in the height of a hurricane season. And while Vitima is telling households and businesses to be prepared, I think that our Water and Power Authority should also take heed to prepare. So during a time like this, shouldn't we have a surplus of fuel at the utility?
Absolutely. Senator, let me just say this.
Shouldn't we?
The conversation is about a state of emergency. Yes, that's why we're in a state of emergency.
So I'm saying, hello, 1 second.
Go ahead, sir.
I asked the questions.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just want to get to pointed questions.
Yes, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And my point is that we have seen what our harbor have come to in the past during a hurricane. Sometimes you can't get to the dock. Sometimes the harbor is blocked up, etc.
Absolutely.
I am just saying, at some point, and especially during a time like now, that we're in the height of hurricane season, that we should have a surplus. I'm not here to fight you all. The damage has already been done. What I want to see is us cleaning this damn thing up going forward. That's what I would like to see. I'm not here to fight and tug with you. And I find myself having to document because some people forget quite often. And I'm sitting here and I'm saying, you know, we have laws in place and we're still not adhering to the laws. I sat here and listened to all this discussion and hearing talks about estimating. Why are we estimating today? Why are we still estimating? We should not be estimating. The Virgin Islands Code is clear. And if you can't meet the mandate, then somebody from the board or the authority should be coming here and asking the body to change the wording of the law because you can't meet these mandates.
Absolutely.
But 30 VIC 125 speaks to reading of electric power services meters, that the electric power service meters shall be read at least once every month. Is this taking place?
It's not taking place. It's an impossibility right now.
It's an impossibility. And have the board or the authority made that clear or made an overture to this body to have it changed to accommodate what you can possibly do?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I do have draft legislation that we're going to be sending down.
And the next one is 30 VIC 127 that speaks to back billing. It's clear, and we're hearing about all this faulty meter for the longest while, and we're still back billing. I want to go straight back again to the folks, and I feel sorry for everybody in this territory. But the folks in Bugsby Hole, it's a crying shame again. These people have been without power for 70 days. Why are they still receiving a bill? And some ridiculous bills. What are they to do with it? Just tell me, what are they to do with their bills?
They need to call the customer service office and dispute the bills. Clearly, we can't bill for a service we're not providing.
So did you receive my letters to you of August 22nd, 2024 regarding billing issues causing prolonged community distress? Have you received my letter again on August 30th regarding the request for a status update on the emergency underground restoration project in the Bugby Hole and Spring Garden area in St. Croix?
I believe I received the latter one. I had not started at the authority for the first one. I don't believe I'm in.
Yeah, you were there. Both of them sent to you.
I started August 26.
And I know that you're under pressure, so I am going to give you some time to respond. But I'm saying in the meantime, something should be done at the authority. Somebody should be tapped to say, handle these folks in the Bugby Hole area that has not had power for the last 70 days and do something with their bill. There's no reason why they should be getting a bill in excess of $700 when there is no power whatsoever going to that estate.
We'll certainly correct that, Senator.
Thank you. Man. Are there still disconnections going on while you're on this rotating power outage?
Repeat, I'm sorry?
Disconnections. You're still continuing that during the period that you have these scheduled rotating power outages?
The disconnections would be for arrearages that go back to the prior month. They're not for the current week. So yes, we would continue disconnections.
So when persons have a discrepancy with their bill, I mean, what are they to do? Go to the customer service office to be told that there's nothing that we can do for you here?
That's not the typical response. When you have a discrepancy, you come in, you dispute it. We don't disconnect. If we're having a discrepancy with a bill, we're not going to disconnect you while we're mitigating that issue. But yeah, the appropriate action is to call or come into customer service, sit down and discuss the discrepancy that you're having with your bill. Our response is never that we can't help you here. It all depends. We'll give you a response. You might not like the response, but we will try to work out your issues. And if it's our fault, we'll resolve it.
And if I may conclude here, since
you may wrap up.
The composite poles, have they proven themselves to be more reliable than the poles that we had before? And what's the status? I did ask, prior to you coming on board, the status of those composite poles, especially what I saw in St. John. There was about 3 of them damaged on St. John. Easily. Car run into it, the whole thing split in 2. Are they more reliable?
Yes. Short answer, yes. We went through our Nesto sustained winds of 65 miles per hour, gusts exceeding 70 plus miles per hour. We did not lose a single composite pole.
All right, good to hear. I would just like to see the authority really work feverishly on the underground infrastructure. And I'm asking and pleading again that in the Bugby Hole area, there's already an existing underground infrastructure there. If anything, we can also start in that area to correct what you're saying is deficient at this time. But the infrastructure is there, and I'm saying that possibly with your assessment, which I think you have already done, that you could start in that area and proceed. But we're tired of seeing all these poles. Everywhere you go, you see all these fires. I even posted one after the thing there the other night with a pole on fire in the Camporico area. All these poles, when you go, you're seeing everything grown into the trees. I wanted to show some pictures here today, but we ain't going to have the time for that. But I'm asking you to please, let's address this.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Certainly, Senator. Certainly, we're making Bugby Hole a priority. We've already started. We've done the preliminary work. We're starting the procurement of what we need. We will have a shortage. I might as well put that out here now. Based on what we're trying to do with the underground system, we will have a shortfall of the $250,000. We are grateful for that. That helps cover the mandate, so it's not a fully unfunded mandate, but we do think that there's a need for maybe another $200,000. I'll have a more precise estimate shortly. but there will be some additional funding that's necessary to complete the project. That's our intention, is to start procuring materials with the 250 in hand, but the labor is going to probably exceed that cost. And of course, we have we are looking at how we can procure the materials we need, considering the fact that some of these are long lead items. We are trying to see if there's the most expeditious path to getting some of the materials that we're going to need.
Thank you very much. The real test of those composite poles is going to be when we get those wind speeds above the 225.
Thank goodness that's not happening this year.
Okay, that's good. I want to believe you. Want to recognize, before a point of information, Senator Bolkes. Want to recognize non-committee member, Senator Javon James. Welcome, Senator James. You may proceed with your point of information, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information derives from somewhere along the middle of the previous senator's line of questioning surrounding fuel supply. It was mentioned in the testimony that the authority strives to maintain a minimum balance of about 6 days of fuel on hand in the sense of LPG and diesel. And I wanted to know what the current status is of those fuel reserves and what are you doing to improve the supply of fuel, in addition to what is the maximum amount of fuel that your tanks can hold, your reserve tanks, per district?
I'll have to get back to you on the maximum amount. That's a figure I was actually asking for earlier this week. I don't have it in hand.
And what would that equate to in days?
But it's at least 2 weeks of fuel in days. On propane and diesel as well. The inventory is low. We have about 2 days on St. Croix, but we're not burning diesel right now. On St. Thomas, my report was accurate as of last Friday, and we went into the weekend with about 4 days. We're less than that now, but we are in a position to get fuel shipment on Saturday, so we can write it out. That is why the measures that we took this week became necessary. Yes, ideally, I would like to have go into the hurricane season with a full supply of fuel, not just for the generators, but for the integrity of those fuel tanks as well. An empty tank in a hurricane is probably going to be ruptured. So I do need to fill those tanks. We as a community are short on diesel fuel right now, and we need to replenish our inventory.
And just for further clarity, and Mr. Chair, I apologize, just going to wrap up quickly. You mentioned 2 weeks. Is that 2 weeks per district?
Yes.
In the sense of what can be retained in those tanks?
Yeah, per district. I'll get you a more accurate figure. That's my off-the-cuff recollection. Somebody's going to give me an accurate figure in a short while.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. CEO Knight, I wanted to ask you if you can just for the education of the public, if you can walk us through the net metering process, how it works. I got a few comments that folks are confused as to how it works and how the credit is zeroed out at the end of the year. I just wanted you to use this time to give us a little.
So let me start from the.
I know you've been in your seat for a couple of weeks, but
let me speak to the best of my knowledge as to how it works. First, let me speak to the credit. Yes, the credit is going to be zeroed out at the end of the year. Do not allow solar providers to overbuild your system. The idea is that you're supposed to build a system that approximates your usage. If you're running very large credits at the end of the year, that's a problem, and you probably have been taken for a ride by your solar provider. The real mission, and so that is a mechanism for the Water and Power Authority to not end up having to pay a bunch of credits. We're trying to help you help yourself. When you start trying to sell power as a side business, that's a problem, right? So we want you to size your system appropriately so you consume what you need. We don't want to have to buy large credits at the end of the year. So we pay for those credits, I believe, on a monthly basis, and they roll over. There is a net billing system in place now where we pay for those based on avoided cost rate. And if you are a legitimate customer, your excess power is paid for as at that avoided cost rate.
Okay.
So if you are a traditional net metering customer, those credits at the end of the year that you don't use, as the meter spins both ways. So if you're a traditional net metering customer, those credits get washed away.
Okay. Got you. Thank you for that. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good day to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. My first round of questions has to do with some information that has been put out here, but I want to know quickly about the meters that you said you guys have had to put in some manual ones. About how much money have you spent to put in these manual meters to help reduce estimating here in the territory?
I don't have a current figure. I'll try and get that figure for you.
Okay.
We have an order. I don't know what predates my time. I know there's an order that we've placed since I came on board.
Well, I'll wait for that specific number because I want to know how much we're expending because, of course, these things are going to be temporary if ultimately we're going to go to a whole new system. So I want to know how much we're spending on that. The second question I want to know is you said you've had to get meter readers. If we're roughly at about 30% estimating, according to what you're saying, you've reduced it down to 28 point something percent. How many meter readers have you had to rehire to cover that, to understand how much to help reduce this estimation? How many meter readers have you had to rehire? Because we knew when the system went in, y'all went down to almost nothing.
Right. I don't know. I don't know how many have been rehired.
Well, just hired. It could be shifted back because I know some people got transferred to different departments. How many people have you put back as meter readers to help cover this estimating situation?
We probably have. We're probably not where we were at the peak. We're probably maybe 4 meter readers short in each district.
Well, get the number and tell me how much you have right now reading.
Okay,
give me a
that
total.
I can do.
I want to speak to the chairman of the board because I was listening to some dialogue that really concerned me earlier. And it seems that there's a huge disconnect between the executive director, who's also the CEO, Mr. Knight, and what is being said or not said to the board. So from what I'm understanding, you're saying that the executive director, who's also the chief executive officer, Mr. Knight, is on this incident command. Do you feel as a board he's relaying information to you in an accurate way or to keep you guys updated? Because at some point we're going to come out of a state of emergency and you guys would have to ultimately take back over to continue whatever work is being done. Do you think that you're getting accurate information or up-to-date information? Does the board feel that they're in the loop with understanding what's happening?
So let me say this. Every month we get an executive director's report. There's no distinction in his report, and I think it's only one report we've gotten so far as to what we get from his communication with incident command and what we get from him.
So again, do you think the information that is being relayed to you is accurate or up to date or what is needed in regards to potentially transitioning out of a state of emergency from this incident command to what the board, who actually is supposed to be running this utility, needs to know to fully operate it and continue this job once we come out of the state of emergency?
I'm comfortable with Executive Director Knight's information that he gives to us, so I don't question what he brings to us as a board.
So you're comfortable with it?
I'm very comfortable with it.
That's all I need to know. The other question I want to find out has to do with the state of emergency. When you said earlier that you're still doing disconnections, if we're smack dead in a state of emergency, is that normal or is that I'm confused because I always remembered every time we were at these levels, disconnections were suspended. So when I hear that it's being done still, that part threw me for a loop. Could you explain that a little bit?
So traditionally, when we've called state of emergencies, they've been for disasters. And when we had Tropical Storm Ernesto, we did stop disconnections for the week, starting the day before the storm hit. However, this is a fiscal state of emergency that we're discussing. And part of that is I do need to hold customers accountable. And to the extent that they've run up arrearages, I do need to have a mechanism by which I can force payment.
What mechanism do you have in place for estimations? Like, how do you keep track of them to know that, okay, this is X amount? Who does that?
Sorry. Could you repeat the question, please?
What do you utilize as a mechanism to track estimations, to get the numbers, to know how many people are being estimated and maybe why? Do you keep track of all that information?
Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer, yes, we do. We have a report every day that comes out that details all of the billings, whether it was estimated by the system, whether it was estimated by manually. We have separate subcategories that detail, that's put into the system by the edit clerks when they're doing that estimation as to the reasons. And we do track that, yes.
With the AML system, when I read the article where they shared that FEMA, I think it's $138 million they're willing to assist us with. I remember years ago, the previous system was like 14 or 15 million. That's almost like tenfold, 10 times the cost amount. So that actually started me to question, how does a system that was supposed to be so accurate for this population cost 10 times more than what the original one cost? And where did these numbers come up to even potentially offer to suggest to FEMA? Because I like to look at numbers and I get confused when I see such a huge disparity from 14 million to almost 150 million. That's a big jump.
Time.
So Senator, we're here in full transparency, but I regret putting that that number out there in the public. It is a comfortable level of funding, but Ms. Marsh-Boltes can speak to the specifics of how we arrive at the number.
Okay. Shivanti Marsh-Boltes, Director of Project Management. So that number includes all of the mitigation efforts for hardening as well. So it's not only just the meters. If you recall, the last system was a full AMI system, but a lot has changed, especially after COVID, like the cost for electrical meters, the cost for poles, the cost for... You also need transformers. It depends on the equipment that's going to be purchased. So once the RFP goes out and the technology is chosen, this estimate is based on all of the hardening efforts that need to happen. Everything. So like poles, fiber, buildings for the towers, different things like that are also included to ensure FEMA doesn't want us to come back. We also don't want to come back either. So we're hoping to have a system that is fully functional, that can take all the storms needed and also the best technology for where we are right now.
And we didn't start there. We've negotiated with them quite a bit to get to that point. That wasn't what the original offer on the table was.
Okay. Well,
and to answer your question, we have 12 meter readers, 6 in each district, plus a chief. I think we're about 2 short. We ideally would like to be at 8 in each district.
Okay. And last question, since you shared, so you said it's roughly like 12 meter readers.
Yeah.
What is the total amount of electrical clients we have, so I could get what that rough 30% that these 12 meter readers have to cover?
55,000.
So
is that electric and water? That's electric and water. Yeah, 55,000.
Okay, well, let's talk about electrical quick. Give me the electrical side.
Senator, your time was called.
Oh, I heard something.
It was time. But I'll let you wrap up.
Just give me that number and I will happily relinquish.
1-3. So 55,000 electric, and Mr. Hodge is telling me about 13,000 water.
Okay, so 10%. So these 12 people roughly cover about 17,000 people a month?
Yes, ma'am. It's quite a task. That's why we need to move to automatic metering. We don't want to go backwards, and it's going to be going backwards to now have to staff up again to be able to read everything manually when technology is supposed to have made that a one-day process. So we are caught between two worlds, going backwards to when we used to have a workforce that can read every meter within 30 days, and having a system that can kind of automate that. So we're only going out to read those meters that had errors or flagged for some reason. That's our challenge right now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Novell Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority family.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Just real quickly to Chairman Turnbull, in respect to, have you had an opportunity to review the first report that came out from the Incident Command?
I have not.
What about the second one? Well, that one just came out last night.
Definitely not.
Okay. So you're not aware of some of the objectives in the report in respect to what they're trying to achieve in this?
No.
And you were saying from the position that you're sitting that you don't see where the Incident Command have been able to make reasonable impact and inroads in some of the challenges that have been experienced by WAPA.
I have not seen it.
So, for example, the reduced liquidity gap issue, the core vendor payments issue, the fact of the inability to close the vital matter. All of these things have been achieved during the Incident Command, and you're saying that you still are not aware of the improvement that have been made?
I'm more aware that the management team has been working on these. I was not aware that the Incident Command team was working on these.
Okay, so it is a collective effort, I would imagine, that because of the incident...
I can only imagine.
You could only imagine. You're not familiar with it. Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
Of course.
So, in respect to the new WAPA, Mr. CEO, of course, fuel costs continue to be a mounting issue and concern for you. Correct?
Correct.
And in your effort to reduce the fuel costs in a comprehensive way, of course, we're looking at the various alternative energy and renewables that may be available to you.
That's part of it, correct.
So in the instance of Petronella, for example, what would that achieve for you?
Petronella, if I don't have to start a gas turbine, which I do every day to meet peak, that's probably about a $40,000 savings a day. That's probably could be as much as $1.2 million a month.
Where are we with the interconnect with the Petronella site?
We are, in my estimation, within 30 days of, probably within 30 to 45 days of having that power on the grid.
And how much megawatts would you be able to save as a result of that?
So that,
or utilize?
As we stand right now, we think we can get up to at least 9 megawatts of energy from Petronella. It's a 10 megawatt system. There's a few more technical wrinkles we would have to work out to get to the full capacity.
And that also comes with a battery storage, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Hogansburg, I know you also mentioned the Hogansburg area. What would that, well, that's still some time out.
Yeah, hopefully by this time next year, that's also online. That's a 15 megawatt system. Construction has already started. And I imagine that sometime in the spring of next year, we'll be talking interconnection.
Okay. And I would imagine that you're extremely mindful of some of the challenges that's being experienced with these power outages, to include the impact on our children. I believe, as well as our seniors.
Yes.
What is your position? And I know that if this body was supposed to provide, there is an account that would allow for those individuals that have damaged equipment. Based on previous question, you mentioned that there is some concern that you want to make sure that there are legitimate complaints regarding those damages. But you believe that we should consider providing some type of a funding source to support those those individuals that may be impacted by damaged equipment as a result of WAPA?
So I've wrestled with this concept. The challenge we have is how do we validate claims? How do I know that my refrigerator hasn't just given up the ghost because it's old versus it was damaged by the outage last night, right? That's a very difficult and time-consuming process that I just don't have the capacity and within the authority right now to deal with. However, I've contemplated insurance schemes. Is there a way for us as a utility to be able to offer appliance insurance to customers? I think that's probably a way that I've seen stateside utilities tackle this issue. And I can't say enough that everyone, if you have really expensive appliances, you should look at appliance surge protectors. That's actually something that I want to see if we are in a position to assist consumers by working out some sort of low-cost way of providing them with surge protectors.
Okay. Moving on, again with the new WAPA. Do
2 minutes.
Do you have any discussion with the Port Hamilton, or you see any opportunity where Port Hamilton will be able to support your endeavor in the new WAPA until such time that you'll be able to build out a new infrastructure?
We are interested in to tie with Port Hamilton. We don't necessarily feel we need them in this interim period. That conversation would have been different with me 2-3 months ago, but the advent of the prudent replacement by FEMA that is offering to rebuild the entire Richmond facility really allows us to do some things. There's even conversations about temporary power as part of that project.
Yeah.
So I'm not as pressed to lean on Port Hamilton for support. I do want to have a mutual relationship where we can interconnect. And, if I can really do what I think we can do with the Richmond replacement, I want to be able to buy power from them and sell power to them.
Thank you for that. And let's shift a little bit to water. Because we still continue to have some challenges with water, especially in the St. Croix district and the western and Frederickstead area. We're still having the issue of discoloration, as well as the reliability and timely notice of the water being turned off so that people could prepare for it. And it's impacting our students, our families, and our seniors as well. What can you lend to this whole discussion in respect to what is on the table to be able to address that situation when it comes to water?
So right now, we don't have scheduled outages in terms of any shortage of water in the west end of St. Croix. We are seeing some improvements in the quality of the water and the groundwater. Recently, we've made some adjustments to the post-treatment of the water, and our operators are informing us that they're seeing some improvements. So we definitely, if there's going to be like a schedule outage, we'll try to put the information out as soon as possible. If that's not happening, it's probably because something that happened, just happened, and then we couldn't get it in time before school starts. It just depends on what time we find the leak or whatever, but we would tend for schedule outage to get it out soon.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up just 2 quick points.
You may proceed.
Thank you. And what is Mr. CEO, what is the trigger that allow for estimation? I know that in the conversation, the discussion about estimation is that when the AMI malfunction or not properly reading, then you determine that you have to send a meter reader out. Do you have a good perspective on those meters that's not functioning, and in fact, that meter readers will go out again to try to avoid the estimation that's being done?
Short answer is yes. We know which meters are malfunctioning. In a perfect world, if the system is working, you don't have to estimate. If you have something that's flagged, the consumption is too high, you get a zero bill, then we could dispatch somebody from meter services to check the meter, make sure it's functioning properly. The system is failing at a rate, from what I understand, that our ability to send out meter readers to go back to check things is very limited, because we have a lot of meters out there that we have to manually go out and revisit. So that's the challenge that we have. How soon can we replace these meters versus how quickly they're failing.
And my follow-up to that, in regards to the billing issues, what is being done to address some of the billing? I think that, it's not rocket science that you have situations where individuals are receiving bills in a thousands amount when, in fact, over on a monthly basis, they don't ever consume that amount of energy. What is happening in that space with these $1,000 bills?
Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. We have had a very significant focus on the estimated bills in the last 3-4 months. And we have a task force that is looking at all of those. From the questions that came from the floor, you're aware that this is into the tens of thousands. So there's only so much that we can do. We have, however, approached this from a perspective of identifying the customers. So we've obtained and created new reporting so that we can address more specifics. The EY team that is assisting internally within WAPA is assisting with reviewing this, and we have a significant task force that is focused on this. Most recently, with the introduction of Executive Director Knight, we have added somebody to the team that's going to head that to look at process improvements as well as us drilling down on specific customers. And the task force includes not only IT, customer service, key accounts, edit clerks, and management from finance and accounting. So we have found some errors and issues, and we're continuing to search through categories of where we find those errors.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I just want to wrap up by saying, Supreme Court, we're still waiting for a final decision on this matter that you have heard since March. It's long overdue. Get to work, please. Thank you.
Point well taken. Point of information, Senator Giddens.
Thank you, and let me thank the President for that last statement as well, because I had that as a note. But this estimated billing, based on the previous speaker, does WAPA actually track the number of estimated bills?
Yes.
And are these bills manually changed, or how is it done?
Interim Chief Financial Officer Lorraine Kelly. We track every day. We have a report that details all the estimated bills. We have currently over 1,400 customers.
Are they manually corrected?
Yes, all corrections are done manually.
So if the bills are being changed manually to reflect that the meter is red, how is a Virgin Islander to prove otherwise?
No. We correct. You would have had a copy and a statement. You would have gotten a bill. You have a physical copy of what we sent you. When you say that bill is erroneous and you come into the office, we revisit that bill that you were sent, and then we make an adjustment in the system and perhaps rebill you if that's necessary. So it wouldn't change the actual bill. You have a record of this is what I received. This is my bill, and then if we find that you're correct, there's a discrepancy that is our fault, we'll make the adjustment.
And that adjustment is corrected on the following month's bill.
So I'll have a separate conversation because I'm not understanding that. This is the first time I'm hearing that these things are even being rectified. Most of the people that's calling my office and submitting bills are telling me that there's only so much we could do. We can't do anything. The same thing the CFO just said. There's only so much we can do. So I'm not understanding now how miraculously we are adjusting the bills. People are truly devastated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Prior to your point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger, I wanted to ask you, CEO Knight, whether or not are we estimating bills for government agencies also?
Yes. If we cannot make a read, yes.
Okay. Is it and this might just be kind of wild and out there, is it conceivable that, for example, schools that are no longer online, right? Is it conceivable that we might be billing them when they're not online? I'm just kind of trying to understand
when we estimate, yes, we're going to bill. When we get around to doing an actual reading, it chews up. So I can only ultimately bill you what that kilowatt hour consumption is on that meter. So even if I estimate the schools, and part of the budget process, you get a monthly allotment, they're paying a certain bill, maybe they're getting estimated based on historical averages. There is a point in time when I read that meter, I'll know exactly what the kilowatt hour consumption was since the last time I read the meter. And if I've overcharged them during that interim period of time, they get a credit. If I've undercharged them, they'll be adjusted on their next bill.
Okay, understood. Before you go with your point of information, I just want to say we're going to take a brief 4-minute recess after your point of information, and then we'll resume.
Don't make the point.
Quick question. I just needed some clarity. During the line of questioning for my colleague who was previous before the Senate President, I just need to understand one thing. The chairman of the board stated that he's not aware of a lot of things that are in the report, but then he also said he's satisfied with the report that you, as the executive director, Carl Knight, turns over to the board. And if you are on the incident command, wouldn't all of those things that he's saying he's not fully aware of, wouldn't those things be in the report to make sure that the board is up to date and understanding what the incident command is doing? Because the message I'm hearing here is two completely different things. That he's satisfied with your report, but he's also saying he don't know half of the stuff that my colleague was talking about. So what exactly is in your report that he's satisfied with, but somehow is missing all of this pertinent information?
So, Senator, we submit a monthly operational report to the board. We provide a whole overview of our operations, every aspect of our operations. Every one of my senior reports, all 9 of them, produce a monthly report that ultimately gets rolled up and sent to the board. I then add a verbal summation of that. I did it once. I've only been to 1 board meeting so far. I've only been here 5 weeks. The report that came out last night, I haven't even reviewed the final report myself. We did contribute to the crafting of the report. I am familiar with the highlights of it, but we haven't had a chance. I don't know if there's anything in there that we need to distill to the board chair. The other report predates my time in the seat. So, I mean, there's no inconsistency with what we're saying.
Exactly. Let me help you understand this,
Yes.
right? There is no distinction between what comes from incident command and executive director's report, which we will address when we speak to him. So he gives us a report, overall report.
Just an overall general
That's
report.
Correct. In terms of incident command, I don't even know who sits on incident command.
Oh, wow. And you see, this is a major problem because we are in a state of emergency that has allowed this incident command to take over WAPA and do the job of the board. And a board member who is the chief, who controls the board, is basically telling us he doesn't know what the heck is going on. This is weird. I don't even know how else to say it. So how are we legitimately trying to clean up this problem if the board who's responsible to run WAPA is basically saying, we just get a general report. We have no clue specifically what this incident command is doing, and their entire job is charged with getting us through this state of emergency. So this is a whole clashing and no kind of coordination situation that's happening here, and I think that's what's additionally going to fail the people.
Okay.
This is a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning stands in recess for 4 minutes. Madam Clerk, can you put 4 minutes on the clock? Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning is out of recess. Senator Franklin Johnson on St. Croix, you're recognized for your point of information.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sitting here and been very patient and just listening to all the testimonies and testifiers. And I'm still puzzled here, very puzzled, because under the line of question, the chairman of the board said he didn't know when the governor put WAPA under state of emergency. My question directly to Mr. Turnbull, prior to this hurricane, are you not aware that the governor had put WAPA under a state of emergency?
I'm as aware of everybody else in the Virgin Islands.
You said what did you say?
I am as aware as everyone else in the Virgin Islands. In other words, I read it in the newspaper. In terms of direct, anything direct to me as a board member, no.
So you had no conversation with the governor when this state of emergency was going to be launched at no time?
Wasn't chair.
The governor is a childhood friend of mine, but we didn't discuss this. It wasn't something for us to discuss.
Thank you very much. This is a little unbelievable for me. Because as the board, the chairman of the board, and we're talking about the governor come asking to put, the governor went and put WAPA under a state of emergency prior to the hurricane, and the board, chairman of the board was just aware as much as when the people at the territory were aware, we really have a problem. Thank you very much.
For clarification, Senator, I was not the chair at that time.
A board member?
Yes, board member.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good afternoon to the hardworking men and women of WAPA. I know you're working hard. I see you on the streets. I see a number of your employees putting in the time and the efforts. And I see some young people still at the table. I met you 2 years ago, Ms. Marsh, and you're still there. I want to say thank you for staying and not leaving, because I know you are on the front line of this battlefield, okay? Taking a lot of blows from a lot of us in the public, because I have been suffering, I can tell you, every night with this scheduled rotating blackouts, outages for WAPA. And for me, it's not acceptable at this time, especially in the summer months, because you want to be able to get cool. There are people who are hypertensive, and when they're feeling hot, guess what happens? Their blood pressure raises as well. So them having cool area and then the electricity just going out, it sends a level of mental instability for them, because it's reminding them of 2017. All of these things are compounding psychologically, you know. They're compounded. So, but I want to go into my line of question. I just want to ask you several questions, and it's regarding what we're looking at, the financial aspect. And I'm glad, Ms. Kelly, that you are here. You are here too. I hope you don't leave. What steps are WAPA taking to prevent financial burden of disaster recovery from falling disproportionately on us as ratepayers?
The financial burden of the recovery?
Of the whole recovery, of the outages. Are we going to see any increase? I know you spoke about that in the rate because of all of those things, and then you are renewing and upgrading the power generation.
Senator, let me be clear. This conversation could be a lot easier if we were to adjust the rates upwards to what our actual operating costs are. We have an understanding that based on everything else around us that has gone up in the last few years, the inflation, that's probably going to have a negative impact on the authority. Raising rates probably has a negative impact. We'll have more grid defection. We'll have folks curtailing more power use. So we're not willing to do that. So one thing we're doing is we're biting the bullet on trying to fix this problem without a single penny added to the rate.
Is part of the strategy of biting the bullet these rotating schedule outages? Be clear and just speak the truth.
It is one of the consequences of us trying to bite the bullet. We are playing a very delicate balancing act of trying to manage our cash with our needs to buy fuel. That balancing act got very precarious this past week. And it is a matter of us trying to manage within the resources and the rates that we currently have, the 41 cents a kilowatt hour.
Okay, good. Now you mentioned cash. Okay, I am an ex officio member of the PSC, and I attended the August 27th meeting, and I was engaged. And one of the critical questions I asked at that time was how much cash on hand you have. Based on my notes, you said $2 million on that day. Is that still the current cash on hand you have?
As of this morning, we had approximately $4.5 million. We have spent approximately $3.8 million of it today to purchase fuel and to make some additional payments to our vendors.
And the fuel that you are anticipating receiving this weekend, that was that purchase?
No.
Yeah.
Well,
there are two purchases. It takes us 4 to 5 days for that delivery. And so we have made a payment a couple of days ago. That delivery is coming on board. We've just made a payment today. That delivery, we hope, will be at the weekend.
Okay. So how much fuel do we need? Because we want to try to see about prevention. And so we don't have to be subjected and endure this type of treatment with the rotating schedule outages.
So there's two aspects to that. One,
not too long, Mr. Knight. Just be succinct.
Succinct. 9 million in diesel, 9 million in propane as a monthly expense. If we're talking about filling up the tanks, it's a sum a little bit larger than that.
Very good. Now, thank you so kindly for being succinct. Now, I had an opportunity, I'm going to tell you this here, because I'm a fast reader, to read through this document that was submitted by the incident commander. And I read on page 3, there was an increase as if this is 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth paragraph is stated that since the state of emergency began in April, the incident command team has observed a significant increase in WAPA's monthly accounts payable. That's money that you pay out, rising from $2 million per
2
month
minutes
in January to $2 million per week in August due to increased fuel costs and higher peak demands. What is causing that major jump? Because that's a major jump from monthly to now weekly.
It's twofold. One of it is just climate change. It's been warmer. But two, we've also not been able to dispatch as economically, particularly in the St. Thomas plant, on propane. So we're burning a lot more diesel than we would like to.
And that is because the 4 Wartsilas are not on.
They're not on us yet.
Now, that same paragraph goes on to say, it has been, and I'm saying this, Mr. Turnbull, so you're aware, and I'm referencing the area as well, okay? It has been recognized that addressing this liquidity shortfalls and ensuring long-term solvency is beyond the scope of the incident command team. You ever hear anything like that in your life? And we just voted for a state of emergency. I ain't voting for none again, now this is saying it's beyond the scope of the incident command team. So why is that? Well, what is causing is the scope.
The state of emergency, as you know, has to be renewed. It's scheduled to expire, I think, on the 19th of September. What we need to do is going to outlive the expiration of that of that incident command. So there is an ongoing obligation that we have as an authority that outlives the current, unless it's extended, the current state of emergency, and that's reality.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, I do have some more questions.
You may wrap up,
But the beginnings of part of the executive summary says the governor is recommended and requesting a 60-day extension. Who writes this? Do you WAPA have input in writing this incident command report?
Yes, the operational data.
Wait for me. How much percentage of this report is through WAPA?
I haven't looked at it to see the percentage, but the operational data comes from us. The incident commander is Kevin McCurdy and Darrell Joshin.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. How much of the financial, the fiscal, because that's what the issue is, the fiscal issue.
We provide the financial data as well.
How much is the financial written by you?
I would imagine most or all of it is our input, the financial data.
The financial. Okay, Mr. Chairman, just one final question, if you would allow me. Now, the billing that I need to really focus on, because a lot of our constituents, our taxpayers are texting us, very viciously here, I would say, because they would get a tax bill. A bill, electrical bill, and the electrical bill would be lower last month, right? And this month it would be higher. And they have not been on island. I tell you, a resident, a taxpayer just text me and say that. What is causing, I know you've gone over that. And what is causing that? Because I know it's the estimating as well as the actual reading. But how is it you are not there and your bill is higher this month when you're not at home compared to last month when you were at home burning electricity?
So if it's a system generated estimate as opposed to someone actually reading that meter, the system doesn't know that you wasn't there. It only knows that based on your average consumption, they assume that you're there and they assume that you're burning your average consumption, and so this is your bill. That only gets corrected when there's a manual read to say, okay, this bill is not typically what it usually is each month. It's actually the consumption was lower, but the system doesn't know that you weren't there.
So you don't put on the bills if it's manually read or system read, so that the consumers, is that something on the actual electrical bill so that our ratepayers are aware?
Yes, when you get your bill in the mail, it does say estimated. So you will see that E saying it's an estimate.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. I really appreciate you allowing me to ask all of these questions, given that they had so many people who you placed in front of me. And I was placed in front of me, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, and good afternoon, WAPA. I want to congratulate the now CEO, Knight, on your position.
Thank you.
My mom retired from WAPA 30 years. 30 years. I don't consider myself a WAPA child. So I have seen the transitions of this WAPA. And at this time, I have to say, the rolling blackouts is affecting the daily lives of our Virgin Islanders. I feel for the mothers who have children that they gotta do school work, preparation of meals, the elderly. And I have faith that you're gonna get this together. Your experience, having that knowledge of energy. So, I asked, a lot of my colleagues asked some of the questions about the tree cutting, the fuel, and everything like that. But one thing I want to ask, as recent as the territory had experienced the Ernesto, the tropical storm, Richmond Power Plant, there was a problem. And if you can tell this body and the Virgin Islanders, St. Croix, as to what happened and what measures would be put in place that you don't have that issue again?
Yeah, there was a couple issues that occurred. We had a generation issue on Unit 20 that we were able to resolve. It was just a matter of, at the time, in the midst of the storm, we lost power around 9:30 that night, and the storm was raging. We just couldn't send our operators out to troubleshoot and do what they needed to do. So they got to that the following morning. Because we lost generation, we also lost station service, which means that the sump pump that pumps out the basement of the substation, that actually went dead. And so the basement flooded. So even after we resolved the generation issue, we were in the midst of trying to pump out the basement. That's correctable.
Okay, if I may. So if we have like we're in hurricane season, rain is definitely going to happen, right? So what measures have you put in place that we don't have that flooding again?
The flooding, there's some things we need to do on the underground system that would resolve that. They didn't work the way they should work, and there's some things we need to do there, and Ms. Marsh-Boltis can speak to that. But I also know where the best pumps are to really pump that stuff out faster. We were scrambling that morning. And we also ultimately plan to put that sump pump on a secondary source of power that doesn't go out when station service goes out. But I'll let Shavante speak to that.
Shavante Marsh, Director of Project Management. So Director Knight is correct. So when we lost power to the station service, we weren't able to automatically pump out the water. So some of the measures that would help would also take into consideration some of the mitigation projects that we mentioned in the report. So having like the backup battery energy storage systems will assist with that, because if you're tying in straight into the system, you'll be able to keep on power during the storms. But ensuring that we monitor and adding additional sump pump capacity, so in the event of this happening again, it would allow us to rectify it a little bit quicker. But unfortunately, because of the amount of rain that we saw in a very short amount of time when the substation went down, it was a significant amount of water. We also would see is that when you're having blockage to the different manholes through the conduits, water comes straight through the manholes from the around the streets into the substation. So that's something very hard to mitigate. So what we're working with is keeping power to the substation would allow us to keep pumping significantly. Of course, adding additional maintenance initiatives. We do have substation technicians that check the systems often. So during a storm time, we just need to ensure that that's safely rectified during the time where we're trying to repair and reinstate power.
Thank you. Young people is on the raise, and let me tell you, from the time I've heard this young lady and she know her stuff, so I trust that this would not happen again, and you have mentioned that you put different mitigations in place. I wanted to ask, because different conversations came out after or during this storm, do you have a purchasing manager or a team to purchase the necessary equipment, supplies, tools that WAPA need for the men and women of WAPA to do their jobs effectively? I'll give you an example. Transformers. I'm tired of hearing that, oh, we ain't got enough transformers. So why do we wait until we have these emergencies that we now figuring out that we need more transformers, or we need more batteries, or we need whatever supplies, equipment? So that's what I'm asking. Do you have a purchasing manager, someone who's totally responsible for purchasing these necessary equipment?
Absolutely. The challenge is a financial challenge. We have minimum inventory that we try to maintain at all times, but it requires that we have the money to make the purchase when we get to the mins in the warehouse. We also have a long lead time on some of those items like transformers. So even if I get the finances, so like I mentioned earlier, we have approximately $1 million to help with some disaster preparedness that we received last week. But the lead times on getting those transformers in might still be another 12 weeks, you know, depending on where we source them from. So it's trying to have cash in advance of when we're going to need it, so we can place the order well in advance, so that when we do need it, it's there. And right now, we're kind of running behind because of cash flow.
And you're saying even if you bought a whole heap of them, transformers, there's a life or a shelf life period that you can only have them, or
if we store them properly, if we have proper storage, they can last, right? These are equipment that's made to be outside in the elements. So it's just a matter of us being able to store them properly.
Okay. And then I wanted some clarification as to this estimating. So, and help me out, even though I'm a WAPA child, I know engineer, I got this ain't my background, right? So, wasn't there a time that you could have read people's meter from the plant itself or in Richmond? So, I wanted a distinction between meter reading and meter services.
Meter reading, so to answer the last part first, meter reading, they go out and they read the meters. Meter services, they install and they repair meters. There was a time when I sat on the governing board, we had just embarked on the AMI project, and we were remotely reading all of our meters. I think we had a small percentage that we couldn't read, but the bulk of the meters, there did come a time when the bulk of the meters were being read remotely. We were able to repurpose personnel, so some of those meter readers became meter servicemen, or they went to the line department, and that was ushering in what was supposed to be the new era of technology.
What happened?
I'm trying to figure that out.
Listen, the people of the Virgin Islands, we crying out, and especially, the elderly who can't jump in a car to go and buy ice and buy all the supplies they may need just to get through that time of an outage. And I understand that energy has these backup batteries or whatever that it can go for people like the elderly community. Work on these things. Please prioritize our elderly, our disabled population, because they cannot jump in a car like some of us when electricity go. We go to buy dinner, buy some ice. The people crying out. We're tired of these rolling blackouts.
Most definitely, our staff feels it as well. Some of those elderly are our parents, some of those elderly are our neighbors. I certainly want to work with this body to the extent that there are programs that make sense to support our vulnerable population. Let's work together to stand up those programs. I also want to make it clear that we are very much apologetic for not being able to be more consistent with keeping the power on. We agonized about what we had to do this past week. It wasn't a very easy decision for us because we know the outcome, we know the impact it has on the community. We worked very hard to try to minimize that disruption, to minimize that impact. We tried to do it at a time of day that we felt would minimize not just households but also businesses, and we try to minimize it as much as possible. We understand. We want to be able to be consistent with the community, and we are working hard to get to that point. There's a lot of great progress that we're making. We will see the benefit. I know after a week like this week, it's hard to see some of the progress that's being made, but trust me, we are making progress.
Mr. Chair,
one final question.
Are there any plans to relocate the Richmond plant? There's always been conversation, and why this is like in my head. I went to LBJ yesterday because they have some sewage issues, and I looked across the way and I saw the Richmond plant. I cringe when I see individuals who live right up underneath this power plant. Are there any plans to relocate from this residential area?
So I'm not going to commit on the record to that. It is
or discussions.
There are active discussions with the prudent replacement as to moving some of the generation. I don't think we're looking at all of the generation, but moving some generation to an alternate location. There's a myriad of reasons why that's a good thing. There's two other points I want to put on the record. One, there's a lot of equipment out there at Richmond that probably can be dismantled and shipped out, so that from an aesthetics point of view, that we can really shrink the footprint and the appearance of that plant. And two, we are looking at generator housing, where some of that generation can actually be housed within a building, so that minimizes some of the noise outside to the community. It improves the aesthetics of the plant. There are some things that we can do now that we can design and build from scratch. There are some opportunities that we think are there for us to improve the appearance, the nuisance of the noise, and certainly we have addressed the emissions issues we used to have out there at Richmond.
Good.
And yes, we are considering an alternate location for at least some of our generation.
That's good to hear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator
Thank you.
Capehart. Mr. CEO, I know that infrastructure upgrades are definitely important, crucial. We spoke a lot about that today. But how is WAPA planning to improve day-to-day customer service and communication, especially during outages and service interruptions? I know that since you've been in this post, I've heard you a lot more. I've seen you, making your rounds, communicating to the folks. But I'm talking about when you have an outage, a power outage, WAPA responding, following up, that sort of thing. For example, I would call the outage line. There are no outages at this time, and I know I'm in the middle of an outage. But is that something that you and the board see as an issue? Just the whole communication protocol at the Water and Power Authority between customers and the agency?
I'll let the chairman answer for the board. It is an area that I've put some priority to. It was an area of frustration for me being outside of the company, so certainly I don't want to be complicit in the same mode of operation. So yes, I have tried to step up in my 5 weeks here. I've tried my best to really step up the communications with the public in general, not just in times of crisis, but just in general. And I'm also trying to get the messaging out. I think with this most recent event, we tried to get on top of the messaging, kind of allow people to plan around our scheduled outages. We are trying to do our best. In some instances, it's hard. Something happens in the plant. We send out those alerts, but at the same time, getting a more human perspective on what's going on, how long it's going to be out, that's sometimes not readily at our fingertips. Because we're trying to figure out what went wrong and how we can correct it ourselves. So we're trying our best. The staff recently, as within the last 2 months, apparently has beefed up from a staff of maybe 1 or 2 people to a staff of 5 for the communications team within WAPA. And I'm hoping to really get some good results out of that.
Excellent. I mean, sometimes the expectation of the public isn't that you're going to be able to solve the problem right away, but it's just the communication, and you mentioned the human element, like somebody seemingly really caring that your power is out and calling back or telling you this is the problem that we see here, and somebody empathizing. I think that goes a long way, just in terms of just the whole image, of the authority, that people see the authority. But
Senator, it's a great question. It's something that's been on the forefront of my mind for years. I sat here listening to Executive Director Knight. I think he got some training from Mr. Bruno. This is the first time I've heard an executive director apologize to the people of the Virgin Islands. And this is something that I've tried to, when I speak to the communication team, you could get as much explanation as you want, but people don't want an explanation. I think first and foremost, we want an apology. And I think it shows that there is a change on the horizon when it comes to communication from the authority.
Appreciate that. Senator Johnson, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to the testifier. I want to start off with Mr. Knight. Do you recall me and you having a conversation 5 months ago, Mr. Knight?
Yeah, you go about me. Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yeah, I say you go about me, but yes,
Well,
sir.
I want people, I don't call it goat mouth. I want the people of the Virgin Islands to know some 5 months ago in Government House, I told you that the school chair and them who always know what's going on in the Virgin Islands said that you were going to be the director for WAPA and Mr. Williams will be chief of staff. So school chair know a lot what's going on. So the line of question that the chair started out with the board, me listening to what the board said, I'm going to listen to what the school chair and them say, because you're sitting in the seat right now as the school chair and told me 5 months ago. We had that conversation, right, Mr. Knight?
Yeah, you were one of the school children and whispering it.
All right, and the most serious side, and I want to start off with the complaints that we continue getting from Clifton Hill. Having low water or no water completely, and this has been going on for quite a while. When are the people at Clifton Hill going to get some relief with steady water? It's a disaster not having water, and that's the only reliable source of water they have for the children and they to prepare to go to work. What's the status on that, Mr. Hodge?
Yeah, the issue at Clifton Hill is, is a storage issue there at the Kings Hill storage tank. But I'm pleased to report that we are building the storage right now. It's incrementally getting higher, but if as the tank falls, if there's outages on the pump stations which feeds the tank, then it falls, and then the customers are impacted. So we've made some improvements on that. We made some repairs at the pumping stations that are helping us at this point, and we continue to build the storage at those tanks. Once Kings Hill.
The problem is not solved yet. That's what I want to know.
No, it's not. We've made repairs, so it takes longer to build the storage than for it to fall. So it's in the process.
We're building up the storage in the tank.
That's not good news. That's not good news for the people at Clifton Hill. Steady problem with water. Let's get back to Mr. Knight now, and I hope you have some information for me. Have Vital received the $145 million of per-settlement agreement?
Yes, sir. We own that asset free and clear.
So when you say that, you're saying to me that both propane facilities has been turned over to WAPA. It's now the Virgin Islands property.
They now belong to the people of the Virgin Islands. That's correct.
So should we now be seeing some savings with that measure happening?
There is no savings because, to be quite honest, the Water and Power Authority had not been paying Vital. So there would have been a savings if that was one of the bills that the Water and Power Authority had been paying monthly as it was supposed to. With the, that's what created the arrearage. That's what created the crisis. With us buying out, settling and buying out and acquiring that property, we now own it free and clear. We have fixed our balance sheet. What was a debt and a liability is now an asset.
Now let's talk a little bit about the smart meters, because is there a flaw in the smart meters that's causing a lot of these surge that created the problem when everybody is complaining about the bill? Is that one of the issues?
No, the smart meters are not creating surges. That wouldn't be the case.
What's causing these prices to go like skyrocketing? People who cost them to have a bill of maybe 200 pops up that says 700, and I want the record to reveal that your customer service haven't been doing well with explaining to folks that when they come in with a complaint that they can challenge. They've been telling them they gotta pay. So that information needs to be told to the people, that if you have this complaint, you challenge it, you pay what the regular bill is. The law is very clear. you have to go back to what the last 3 bills was if you're doing estimate and let them pay that until you fix it. And if I'm wrong, please correct me.
There is a process which, if you have a dispute, that we can work with you. Don't quote me on the process, but there is a process similar to what you've described. If I could defend our customer service representatives, I think they are now coming into the understanding of what's been happening out in the field. So they're accustomed to a mode of operation where the meter works, and if there's an estimate, it's because the meter reader doesn't get to you because of whatever the issues might have been, maybe a dog, maybe some other issue. For whatever reason, the meter reader didn't get to you this month, and there's going to be a true-up. I think the whole organization is realizing that we have a systemic failure of our metering infrastructure. I think the customer service reps are now adjusting the engagement with customers to kind of recognize that it isn't just a rash of customers that are being illogical, that there is something systemic happening out in the field. And so the reps are now starting to adjust their discussions to that new reality. We do have a systemic failure, and maybe the customer service reps were not the first on the front line to realize that there's something happening out there that is creating all these adjustments that need to be made.
We spoke a little bit about transformer. And I've been told from some very reliable source that there are transformer on the island of St. Croix, right down there in that Glen area, that are not applicable to the Virgin Islands. Are you aware of these transformers being in this territory?
Yes, sir. I went to see them for myself earlier this week.
How much of those transformers are there?
Oh, quite a bit. So I did have a discussion. I did meet with my chief administrative officer to discuss what we're going to do with those transformers. The fact that I need transformers and I have a lot that can't help me right now. We are going to look at folks that might have. So the issue with them is that they're the wrong voltage. I don't have the history on how they were procured or how that error was made. But I do think that there are other places where they can be used, and perhaps we can swap them for transformers of the correct voltage, or perhaps we can sell them and use the cash to buy the transformers that would actually be useful to us.
Well, I want you to do some deep diving because the information is not good. I need for you to do some deep diving and see how they was purchased, because the information out there that these transformers was purchased by the Virgin Islands, that was being sent to Totola and was being utilized in Totola. So you need to do some serious deep diving on that. And that's nothing serious. Please don't take what I said lightly about it. It needs to be deep dive as to why they were purchased, knowing that they're not applicable to the Virgin Islands, to the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's important. I want to ask this question about the feeder poles leaving Richmond Power Plant, because we've been pouring composite pole all over the place, but those poles leaving the power plant are still wooden pole. Why would the poles them that the power just leaving still being wooden pole?
Shavante Marsh, Director of Project Management. So the poles that you see leaving the power plant are still poles because they are actually planned for underground. As mentioned briefly earlier, our underground projects are currently in the process of being designed and approved by FEMA. So any poles close to the plant are future underground projects.
All right, so that's the reason why you still have them, because it's going to be an underground project. How far are they in the process of starting that underground project?
So it goes feeder by feeder. So we have a few feeders that we intend to have in the next physical year upcoming, and then we're working on prioritizing the feeders as we speak. So it all depends on which exact poles, because we have multiple feeders coming out of Richmond, but those feeders are planned for physical year 25.
And to wrap up, I know I got a lot of questions here. We spoke a little bit, some of my colleagues spoke about the line, cutting trees and stuff like that. A lot of your feeders and the trees them that are just overgrown. And I understand you said that you're planning to put back up a team. Have you started augmenting and trying to find this team to put together to start doing the tree cutting? Because every time a storm comes, these trees going to continue to have us in problem. So how soon is this should be going in place? Because we're right in the midst of our season.
Right. I won't be able to get it done in time for this hurricane season. My mission is to have it done by June 1st of next year. On St. Croix, it's a little bit easier. Some of the previously trained individuals have simply been rolled into the line crews on St. Croix, so they're there. We probably can augment them, or we could see how we work with them, but I do have personnel I think I can tap for this mission. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, where our line crews are a little bit lighter, we do probably need to do some recruiting and, of course, training before we can stand that up. But my mission is to have dedicated tree trimming crews in place by June 1st at the start of next hurricane season.
And Mr. Chair, I really want to ask this final question. I know my time has been called.
Yes,
May
you may
I
wrap up,
proceed with
Senator.
just this final question? In your testimony, you spoke about the failure of critical submarine cables connecting St. Thomas and St. John. How does WAPA intend to secure funding or resource to repair or replace these cables? Because if you're down to one cable, that means the island of St. John could probably be without power. And what's the status on the generator that the two generator that St. John should have had already in place? I'll leave for that to be answered on the chair time.
Shavante Marsh-Boltes, Director of Project Management Electric. To answer your first question, we are working with our federal partners for a prudent replacement project to replace the damaged transmission line submarine cable that goes to St. John. And also in parallel to that, for the distribution line that was damaged, we're actually working towards in the next couple of weeks testing that cable since it's been down from the storm to confirm that it's functioning, and then rebuilding the riser pole so that we can have that backfed distribution feeder, which is feeder 7E, that would allow us to at least backfeed from that side, so to bring back that redundancy while we await the prudent replacement project, which is federally funded by FEMA. In regards to the generator project, we just recently received good news. Unfortunately, there was a small holdup where we had the National Park Services environmental assessment, in which we had to basically pause some of the work on St. John until we were able to get the environmental assessment approved. Working with our grants management department and the executive team, and FEMA as well, we were able to, just recently, within the last 24 hours, they stated that they will assist us with moving forward with the Feeder 9E and microgrid and generation projects in St. John. So we're hoping to work diligently to get those generators and solar and battery energy storage systems in St. John.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Knight. You got a strong young lady there with you, so hopefully you'll get someplace with this, what they call the criminal enterprise WAPA, and you're calling it the new move of WAPA, and I sure hope to see the best of WAPA, and hope that the people of this territory will get the service that they do need, because if WAPA continues to go in the direction they're going, ain't too much of us going to stay around here, and ain't too much of business will be able to stay open with their doors. Thank you very much. I appreciate your willingness to serve, Mr. Knight. We will definitely have a lot more conversation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Ms. Marsh, you are no slouch. I'm very impressed with your responses and your thoroughness and your poise also, I must say. I didn't compliment you, and I compliment Ms. Marsh, Senator. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Marsh. CEO Knight, your testimony mentions shortages of manpower and training. What specific steps is WAPA taking to address these shortages and to build a skilled workforce futuristically? And I know finances is a challenge for you, but can you just share with us your plans?
So on a financial perspective, one of the things I want to do is just kind of rebalance where our workforce is. I need to make sure our priority areas is that we're staffing our priority areas. So there will be some shifting. That's how I keep it within the current budget, personnel budget. There have been recruiting efforts prior to me coming on board. I want to add a little bit of energy to those recruiting efforts. I don't know if we have communicated out to the broader public what some of our needs are, and we have struggled to fill what I think are really great career positions. Chairman Turnbull could tell you he started off as an operator trainee, and had a fulfilling career and a nice retirement package.
Definitely.
And I think they're really great entry-level positions for young Virgin Islands men and women. And I want to make sure I get into the schools. I'll make sure that people understand that to do this, we need our workforce, and it's a great opportunity. So I'm going to be adding a little turbo boost to our recruiting efforts and trying to fill some of those positions.
Excellent. I think you should. I mean, I remember back in the day, a long time ago, WAPA was really the employer of choice. You were always proud to say, I got a job at WAPA. The opportunities were vast, the scholarship opportunities. I mean, a lot of great things were happening.
They don't know it,
Power Authority.
but it was the best place to work in this government.
Yeah, you work there too. Okay. Point of information. Senator Carrion, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to piggyback on what the previous senator colleague from St. Croix asked with regards to the water issue. So in the State Prophet Matrichala area, in the Harvey area, it's been for about a year or more that members in the community have been suffering from no water at all or the low pressure. I heard some response basically previously. I've had numerous communications and conversations with the previous CEO with regards to this matter, and I really thought this should have been solved by now. And I'm still hearing that also the area of Clifton Hill seems to be suffering the same. And I didn't hear any clear response as to when will this end. And I think the people in the State Prophet, the people in the area of Harvey, and even Clifton Hill deserve to know what's happening. And even a town hall meeting communication for those individuals in that community to know exactly what's going on and when will this problem be corrected. So I need some clear answers because the community needs some clear answers.
Let me take a stab at it. So my understanding from the team is at the end of the day we have the Kings Hill tank is what, 5 million gallon tank? When that tank is full, the pressure in the area is wonderful. When that tank is empty, the pressure is anemic. What we have experienced, as I understand, is the levels in that tank have dropped over time. And when we have an incident like Ernesto, where the pumps were down because of lack of power, the consumption is a lot faster than we're able to build back up the inventory. So they're gravity fed. A lot of that area is gravity fed from that tank, but that implies that you have enough level in the tank for that pressure to be sustainable. I also have to say one of our largest water customers, a very valuable customer to us, Diageo, there are points and times when they are drawing from the system, and that also poses somewhat of a challenge that would affect water pressure in the area as well. What I'll commit to you, Senator, is working with Mr. Hodge and his team to find out if there's something else going on there that we're missing. We get the complaints from the high school. We get the complaints from the surrounding community. Maybe there's something that we're missing that we probably need to take a second look at. And so we'll commit to doing so and seeing if there's something outside of what I've just explained that is occurring out there.
Just to say something else, one of the things I've heard, I don't know how true it is, also that the road construction there at Clifton Hill, there was a pipe of some sort that was redirected or had to be replaced. And if somehow that's been affecting the issue, so I know how true that could be. But clearly we need to find a solution because the ratepayers are suffering and it's been for too long. And maybe a town hall meeting with the members in that community, it's important to have to really bring some remedy to this issue.
Yeah, I'd like.
So I just want, I'll let Mr. Hodge speak. I just want to make it clear, we replaced the water lines. In addition to that road repaving and everything else that's happening there, Water and Power Authority actually replaced those water lines along the Clifton Hill area. That was actually a water line project in addition to, I think we buried some cables and some other stuff.
Yeah, so in terms of the solution, one of the things that we're prioritizing right now is to install generators at the pump stations, because that's the key. If you could keep the pump stations online, then they could keep the tank at levels that would support service to those communities. So we've gotten some funding, awarded some funding recently from ARPA, and we are going to install generators at the Contentment Pump Station and the Concordia Pump Station, which feeds the Kings Hill tank. And that we are prioritizing. I'm going to work a schedule out on that, and then be able to provide you a date when we could have those generators installed. We have the generators already. We just need to install them.
Thank you. Senator Carrion, that was very strategic. Actually, you're next for your 7 minutes.
Great. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. And I want to first also join my colleagues in thanking the men and women of WAPA for their hard work. I know many times we hear and see on social media, all the complaints and so forth, but we have to understand that they are family members and men that go out and also put their lives at risk. So I just want to say thank you and also congratulate the new CEO in his position and wish him well. A few questions that I have following up. In regards to the state of emergency that we currently have, CEO Knight, do you foresee this having to be extended and the benefits currently of it, and and how much of that do you anticipate that will be needed?
Short answer is yes. I do believe that the issues that created the need for a state of emergency still exists. My cash flow is still week to week, day to day. We are not out of the fiscal crisis as yet. We are still triaging who we pay and when we pay them and how often we pay them. So I do see that to be a need. Last week the GVI was able to help us with $6 million. That's worth 2 loads of diesel for me, and that allows me to free up cash to take care of other vendors that are standing in line waiting to be paid. So to the extent that the GVI can continue to provide fiscal support, then I would need a state of emergency.
And CEO, how long would the authority require this physical support? Our government, as you know, we are financially in a situation where we don't have to be just sharing around, and it seems like there is no end to supporting a WAPA. It seems like a child that has grown past his age is still 40 years and living in mom's basement. So when will we see WAPA be able to sustain itself and stand on its own? And even a better question, when will the ratepayers be able to see the relief that they have been promised for so long, even with the WAPA deal, with the Vital deal? That didn't happen.
So WAPA didn't always live in the basement. We used to live out on our own. We had to move back in when we fell on hard times. The first metric that I'm tracking is our interconnection of Petronella, which I expect to be able to do within 45 days. By the end of the year, around the December time frame, I expect to get the Wartsilas in St. Thomas online. That's going to be a considerable savings of over $1 million a month. And by March of next year, I plan to by March of next year, we'll have a new supply contract for propane as well as diesel. As a matter of fact, I should point out within the next 60 to 90 days, we'll have a new supply contract for diesel. By March of next year, I'll have a new supply contract for propane. So the answer to your question is, ask me again in March of next year. I think I'm going to be in a much better position to wean myself off of ongoing support from the GVI.
And then that cost savings that WAPA will be having will eventually be passed down to the ratepayers.
Eventually, it will be passed on. I mean, my mission in my tenure here is to be able to say that I got us to a point where we can realize a rate decrease. I have to say that's a little bit further out from March of next year because I do have a hole I have to dig myself out of. We're running arrearages with a lot of our vendors. We pointed out our accounts payable. I need to work off some of that accounts payable before I start passing that on to ratepayers.
And we've had conversations about alternative energy, especially solar, and we've been seeing the solar farms that are being built on St. Croix. And the governor himself, I think it was last year, stated his goal and his vision for St. Croix to really be reliable on solar energy. Where are we with that, and what benefits? There's one in the state profit area, I think, Clifton Hill Estate Profit.
Yes.
What benefits will we see out of that, and when?
That produces the one in Clifton Hill. We benefit from it every day. We're benefiting from it right now. So that's at its peak performance. That's about 4 megawatts worth of energy. We also have the one over here in Tutu, both owned by BMR Energy, and we get the benefits of that. We are trying to expand our renewable portfolio, and I do believe that part of the issue we had this week is dependence on a ship coming from someplace, leaving where it's at, picking up fuel and bringing it to our shores. Renewable energy is right here on our shores. That energy, if I can produce it, if I have an indigenous source of energy, instead of having to wait for a ship to come see me, that mitigates against some of what we just experienced.
So there's two more that I see are in construction on St. Croix. What percentage and what benefit would that provide to once they come online?
There is one that is nearing completion. That's about 9 megawatts of energy. That's going to have an immediate impact. I don't want to quantify it, but it immediately allows us to take off one unit for portions of the day, and that's an immediate savings from that project. There's a second one being built. That will just amplify the savings. The fact that we can do prudent replacement means we can look at smaller generation units that kind of work more in concert with what we're producing out in the field, so that we're not having to run units at less than efficient loads. So there's a wonderful balancing act that we're going to map out as we lay out the prudent replacement for the Richmond plant to maximize the benefit of those two projects along with the current project at Clifton Hill.
And given the fact that we are under a state of emergency, I had requested and recommended to the governor to seek out assistance from the Army Corps of Engineers and other federal entities for help, given our precarious situation. I remember that under Hurricane Irma and Maria, we had the Army Corps of Engineers that were here. I had the opportunity to sit in most of those meetings. And the leadership had agreed also to conduct a full assessment of our grid and the territory. What assistance has WAPA reached out to? What type of assistance are we receiving? And have we reached out to the Army Corps of Engineers? And if not, why not?
The Army Corps of Engineers does some review of our projects simply because they're federally funded. That's not necessarily us reaching out to them. That's just part of the federal process. We work with a lot of federal agencies. I sat down last week to negotiate an interconnection agreement with the solar farm. I had officials from the U.S. Department of Energy as well as their National Renewable Energy Laboratories as part of that conversation. We have the Department of Interior has provided funding and support for us on a number of issues. Of course, we enjoy a generous amount of funding from FEMA and HUD. FEMA has offered to provide support on technical assistance as far as A&E and similar sort of support. So, and right now we are reaching out to the U.S. Department of Energy to see if there's additional resources that they can bring to bear to support the authority.
So do you need, it seems it's more financial support that the authority is seeking than technical and manpower. Is that correct? But you do have a need for manpower. I also heard you stating.
We do have a need for manpower. Ms. Marsh is quite capable, but she has a lot of projects that she's trying to manage. And at the end of the day, even the best of us, we're human. So additional manpower makes the load a little bit lighter. But working with the federal government, the one thing that they're very hesitant to come off of is cash, especially cash that's not tied to capital projects. Having a bridge loan to get us through to the point where these projects are online would be a great assistance. That's not a conversation that they've necessarily had with us.
And
Senator, you're going to have to wrap up. Time was
my
called.
last question. Okay. Thank you. With regards to one of the things that I don't understand is how during this period where we have had power outages and power interruption, are ratepayers receiving such higher bills than their previous month bills? And we see that it's not just one case, two cases, because you could think it's an isolated case, but we've had many cases where we're hearing individuals that their bill is 2-3 times higher during a period where we've had power outages. What do you attribute this to? And what solution is there to provide some relief to these individuals?
So the short answer is there's been some systemic failures in our metering infrastructure that we're trying to resolve and address. We are trying to procure manual meters in areas where our meters have malfunctioned as an interim solution. There is a long-term solution, which is the full replacement of the system, which FEMA has agreed to fund for us. But in the meantime, as customers are getting billed on a monthly basis, we're trying to work with them on an individual basis, and we're trying to replace those meters that are failing. I also have a conversation that's upcoming with our current vendor for the AMI system to see if we can get back into a better relationship where they can support the product that they've sold us.
Just what's your message to those ratepayers? What can they do? What do you advise them to do? Who they need to contact if they're having this situation?
So while it is an overwhelming challenge for us, at the end of the day, we do make available our customer service reps on a daily basis. Please, if you have an issue, call customer service, come in to see a customer service rep, let them walk through the issue. We are trying to address as many of those issues and concerns as possible. But as a community, I guess it's my unfortunate duty to say that we do have a systemic issue that we need to address. And so I can't promise and guarantee that the estimating will stop next week. We do need to work through that. And as we work through, we are aware of the problem. We are acutely aware of the problem, and we're working to put things in order as an interim step to improve our policies and our procedures, looking at process improvement, while we wait on some of the technological improvements that need to ultimately solve the problem.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. I know the big thing, before your point of inquiry, Senator Gittins, another big thing really is the financial sustainability of WAPA.
Mm-hmm.
I know, without question, we have access to unprecedented sums of monies from FEMA and HUD to really transform the authority in ways that we never dreamed of. But the concern is just WAPA's ability to sustain itself financially right now, to keep things flowing, to be able to pay vendors, to meet the other infrastructure needs. What is your long-term plan? What's the long-term plan for the authority to achieve long-term financial sustainability? So I think the general public kind of has some level of confusion because they hear about all the money, the billions of dollars that WAPA has access to, and it's hard to sort of reconcile, how are we struggling when we have these billions of dollars. So I want to really get you to take the opportunity right now to explain, what the challenges are, with regards to the financial sustainability of WAPA.
That is a great question. I think it's a government-wide concern. People see the government having a lot of money and still having operational cash flow issues. WAPA is no different. After Irma and Maria, and even with the recent Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law, there's been a ton of capital infrastructure resources that's been provided to the Water and Power Authority. We have money to install 2 new generators in St. Thomas, to rebuild a power plant on St. Croix, put 2 new generators on St. John, replace submarine cables. We have a lot of capital dollars. The problem is some of the projects ran into the inevitable bureaucracy, delays, slowdowns, contractor disputes, change orders, and projects that if they had gone online 2 years ago, 3 years ago, would have been saving us money now. Those projects are just now starting to come to fruition. Mm-hmm. In the meantime, our operating capital has ran dangerously low. Because we have been trying to carry a very inefficient system for so long, we are out of cash. The real cost for WAPA to operate is about 54 cents a kilowatt hour. The last time the rates was that high, it nearly plunged our economy into darkness. We know that that wasn't sustainable then, and it's certainly not sustainable now. So we're trying to quickly put some of these capital projects online, realize the efficiencies that those projects are going to bring to the authority, and if we can do so quickly enough, and we're running out of time, but we're moving in the right direction, we can avoid having to have those drastic sort of rate increases passed on to customers. So we are trying to buy as much time as we can to get some of the big promised projects, the new generation online, to get the batteries online, all of the things that are right around the corner within months of fruition. We're trying desperately to hold on long enough to get to those.
Thank you for your response. Point of information, Senator Gittens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the more the CEO talk, the more questions come, but I'm going to stick with my point of information. But I'm going to say two things, you know, because people are sitting waiting for hours in your offices with these billing issues, only to be told pay or get cut. But y'all still saying that you're working these bills out. But my point of information, I think you, in your response, you were talking to the vice chair of the committee, and you made reference that you're trying to figure out why the meters aren't working. But what about all the costly contracts for expert assessments that you all have been paid for? I know you just got there in the last 5 weeks, but I'm looking at certain things. You just mentioned again to the AMI, the current vendor for the AMI system. We're going now to pay another, I think, $130-something million you stated for an AMI system, which we don't pay millions of dollars for. Before, I hope that this board have asked for, as a matter of fact, through the chair, I want to ask for an initial assessment and any subsequent changes estimating in the, what is it, $138 million that you're going to do now to replace the current AMI meter system.
All right, I'll allow Ms. Marsh-Boltis to respond to that.
What I want to know too, besides the request, is while you stated that you're trying to figure out why the AMI meters aren't working, all the monies that we have paid for these expert assessments, none haven't told us why these meters ain't working yet?
Shavante Marsh, Director of Project Management. Actually, ZS2 Solutions, which was a FEMA-mandated contractor, actually provided information in regards to what we believe is a part of a failure. Alongside with, of course, hurricane damage, there was also capacitor issues, which are triggered to, the atmosphere, the heat. So we actually do have a comprehensive report that we could share with the team which allowed us to reach to the point where FEMA did deem this prudent replacement. So we did have this upcoming ZS2 solution did provide that information. So between the storm damage and some of the equipment within the meters, as well as some of the equipment in the towers, we found to have issues based on the technology. As you guys are familiar, in the early 2000s, AMI was still pretty new. In 2010, that's when a lot of utilities started to embark on that journey for AMI metering. So with a lot of change in technology, of course, we found issues that we did have, but it was basically exemplified by the storm. So we do have a report that we can provide. But ZS2 Solutions did outline it in full detail to us and FEMA.
Only you giving me a little ease that we might have a little light to the end of this tunnel. Thank you for your response. But, Mr. Chair, I still want to know who is the current vendor for the AMI system?
The current vendor is Tantalus.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you, Senator.
Tantalus is the vendor that we have. We don't have a new vendor. The RFP is going out to determine the technology that's best, as well as a vendor. So The vendor that's existing from back in 2014 is Tantalus that we're still utilizing, and an RFP will go out to allow for competitive bidding.
Yeah, we are putting out, I misunderstood your question. We're putting out an RFP next month to start to replace that system based on FEMA's agreement to fund the replacement.
Point of clarification, Senator Gittins, to answer your question, Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. If a customer complains and has a dispute on their bill, what we ask them to do is they pay an average of 50% of the disputed bill. We do not ask for that full bill to be paid.
Thank you very much for your response. Senator James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Along the same line of questioning, based on my research, correct me if I'm wrong, CZ2 Solutions and Ernst Young were both helping WAPA to draft the RFP, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So my question to you is, I saw some conflicting statements where before CEO Carl Knight came, Ms. Bryan at the time said it would take about 3 years. And now when Mr. Knight is now saying he would like it to be at least 12 months when it comes to this project. Which one is it?
So the estimated time for a schedule is 3 years. However, we would like to expedite the project with as much resources as we can to try to get to 12 months. So 3 years is your project schedule. 12 months is what we would like to actually complete the project. So we're going to hopefully put in initiatives to get to that point.
Mr. Chair, it's very important that I get this point across. 3 years compared to 12 months. What will be done? What will you try to do to get it done within that shorter period of time?
Resources, resources, resources.
Be specific, please.
So you'll need to, when we do the RFP, of course, we can't speak too much on it because, it is a public bid. The intention is to have as much resources out there once the technology is chosen to change out the meters and install the equipment as quick as possible. So, of course, you guys are aware of the more money you have, the quicker you can get things done. So we're hoping to utilize our federal partners and ensure that we have an RFP that outlines what we will like to meet. However, we are all familiar with what can happen during projects of this magnitude. Delays are possible, so we can't forget and pretend that we can reach that. But what we would like to put on the record is that we are working as diligently as possible to reach that expedited, but 3 years is the project schedule. 12 months is what we would like to reach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Point of information, Senator Bulkers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The point of information stems from before the previous majority senator concerning the AMI. I'd like to do that just to be clear. To WAPA, how frequently, if ever, does WAPA conduct internal audits aimed to verify the accuracy of the AMI systems? And how accurate have those audits, if you have conducted them, how accurate have those audits been or turned out to be?
I'm not aware of audits on the AMI system.
So I'm going to stop you right there respectfully. I'm assuming that we should be conducting internal audits of an AMI system that is estimating charges to your customers, in a sense, whereas you would have your meter readers going out to verify what readings you're getting back at home base headquarters. May I ask why we're not doing that?
So I think to that extent, when a meter reader goes out and reads that meter, that is in effect an audit of what the estimate was, right? Because now I have a real reading that I could compare what the AMI system would have estimated versus what is actually out there. So that is the true up, as we call it. I guess we could call it an audit, but that's when we true up those readings.
And is that data available? Because we need to know if for the sake of this discussion, not saying that this is the accurate scenario that happens when you get the data. Just theoretically speaking, if I am a meter reader and I'm getting 100 kilowatt hours, but then back at home base, I'm calling wherever you monitor the information, it's saying 200 kilowatt hours, right? Then that person is going to be charged 200 kilowatt hours based on how the system operates, correct?
So if the system, no, because if I have an actual meter read, that's what we're going to use.
You're going to use
We're always going to
actual.
use the actual reading.
Okay, but that's not been happening, correct?
We, to the extent, so if it's one or the other, right? So if I get an actual read, I don't need to estimate. If I estimate, it is because I don't have an actual read. And so it's not a matter of me saying, well, the estimate is 200 and we read 100, so I'm going to bill you 200. It's one or the other.
Okay, we get a lot of phone calls about the latter portion of that, in the sense of customers complaining about being charged way more than they used in kilowatt hours. So, Mr. Chair, I'll stop there because I don't want to abuse my time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Ray Fonseca, you've been patiently waiting here. Senator, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon to all the listening audience and the capable staff here of WAPA, Sir Carl Knight and Chairman Turnbull and all of the other capable staff. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. You know, I went to pay my WAPA bill yesterday, and it says here, the authority will endeavor to furnish continuous service, but does not guarantee uninterrupted service and is not liable for any damage which the customer may sustain by reason of the failure or partial failure of the service. I went online and I get an application, you know. Every time you go to WAPA, you fill out this application. So you sign right here. And it says here, it's also agreed that the authority is not liable for damages that may be occurred by the use of any service, pipes, connections, and all kind of thing. Well, Papa, so that means your refrigerator, your stove, your TV, your microwave, your computer, your AC, even if you got medical monitoring device, not a thing WAPA is responsible. So you see, that's the hurt that WAPA is providing to this community. WAPA is hurting this community. In addition to that, right, we trying to work with you. You put out a schedule, or you're going to be on rotating thing, you're out of fuel from 10 to 2. Papa, stick to your schedule. If you say you're going to be from 10 to 2, we're going to be out, we're expecting you 10 to 2. Don't put it out 10 to 4. You see, that is the hurt. You put out a schedule of rotation. Stick to the schedule, because people trying to work with you, but there's hurt, suffering. You know, businesses are closing because of WAPA. You know, people even leaving the island. You know, the chairman mentioned earlier the question about leaving the grid. People are leaving the grid. You know, I'm going to tell you, right, I am not in favor of continuing the WAPA state of emergency. You're giving us testimony here March of next year. You see, we have a responsibility to be able to monitor what's spending, and this state of emergency gives the governor the authority to dip into the budget stabilization fund without coming through the legislature. Is usurping our authority. This state of the emergency got to end. This is the last one I gonna vote for. You know, it's interesting that you mentioned, right, that the true cost of WAPA to produce energy is 54 cents per kilowatt hour. And I'm going to ask Mr. Knight, what is the rate now that you're billing the customers?
We're billing at 41 cents for the first, I think, 300 kilowatt hours, and then it goes up to 43 cents after that.
Okay, so you see, ladies and gentlemen, WAPA is saying it's costing about 13 cents more. Your bill is 43 cents. They want to say that it's costing 54 cents. So you see, this is where it affects me as the chairman of the Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Committee. Because right now, we need elderly homes built. The community needs elderly homes. We have 18,641 people living in this community over 65. We can't build that because WAPA got in 2023 $96 million in ARPA funds. Whoosh! In 2020, they got 12 millions in the CARE Act. You know, WAPA has over $1.2 billion in liabilities. GERS was here yesterday, okay? WAPA is behind in the payments for the GERS. Okay, they have a bank loan that is about $50 million. We're receiving testimony here that WAPA is short on operating funds. WAPA is affecting the whole government's ability. Right now, I got to ask my colleagues for $1.5 million to get a generator for Roy Lester Snyder Hospital, because Roy Lester Snyder Hospital is telling me, as the chair of that committee, they can't depend on WAPA and the hospital needs power. So you see, it's affecting us, right? How about Greg Homes for the elderly? We had to put in $70,000 to get a backup generator. WAPA is affecting the whole community, so I cannot vote for no more emergency, state of emergency extensions. Okay, so now I want to get to some other stuff. The BMR energy situation up at Dunu. I understand that while they have the solar panels, they don't have battery backups. What's the status with that?
That was never part of their power purchase agreement. It never required them to put in batteries.
So you see that? When the sun gone, no power. Because without battery, you can't feed into the grid. So we need to look at that. That was one of those things.
But in fairness...
No. I'm going to let you answer in the chair's time. I got so much questions. I'm not asking you any question. I'm sorry for that. Okay, so listen, right? Bill number 35-0311, which is now Act number 8699, it's signed by the governor. This is an act passed by the 35th legislature. Colleagues, we all signed this. Mandated the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to seek technical assistance from the United States Department of Energy and the Army Corps of Engineers relevant to modernizing the electrical grid. You see, I want to talk about the grid because you see, the electrical grid, feeder 13, which, correct me if I'm wrong, it runs down on waterfront, right? Okay, look what happened. Last year, September, a backhoe would dig in to fix a water line. I got good information. And the main feeder 13 line is right next to that water line. That feeder 13 line was bust. It's thousands of kilowatt, high voltage. But WAPA don't stock them items. WAPA don't stock certain transformers. You see, there's a lot of issues, and I have to appreciate you being candid, and you mentioned to us that they didn't maintain the generators. There was a 10-year cycle with the generators. So you see, this is why the state of emergency needs to end, because the legislature has to supervise WAPA. We need to dig in, right? And it can't be where, you know, for example, Miss Lorraine Kelly here, right? She's still interim. How long have you been interim?
Since Mr. Lewis left in December.
So since December of last year, you've been interim. And I've looked at your resume. You've been involved in turnaround situations like this. You come with a lot of energy. Who is responsible for that? Is it Carl Knight or is it Mr. Turnbull for hiring that position? And no, I'm serious. It's not a laughing matter, because we need prominent people here in WAPA now so that we can address the issues. We can't be, most of the agencies what come before us with these interim, they are having problems. Yes.
No, I'm responsible for hiring the staff.
Okay. Well, you only been there 5 weeks, so we'll give you another couple weeks. But, you know, 2 weeks, my colleague, I agree with that. But make a decision. Okay, I want to get now to another issue, right, which is important, that vital deal. My time was called, Mr. Chair?
Time.
Mr. Chair, okay, this is very serious, because that vital deal, right, we spent millions of dollars, probably over $100 million to establish a propane plant here in St. Thomas. So I'm going to ask Mr. Carl Knight, those new Wartsila generators, are they using diesel or propane?
They're using propane. The new Wartsila generators actually use a combination of both. They're dual fuel, so they can actually go back and forth between, but we want to run them on propane primarily.
Okay. Wow.
Point of clarification.
Somehow I don't. Wait, no. Let me use answer the chair. So somehow I don't understand that, because the statement said that we want rotating because you're expecting a diesel shipment. So if those generators are using are using propane, then why are we rotating if they're using propane? The diesel shouldn't be affecting St. Thomas. You see, this is the kind of issues that we need to address. I need to have clear information. You know, we can't be going around the ladder here with this thing. So we need clear, concise information, and this state of the emergency have to stop. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency, and they can answer on the chair's time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. CEO Knight, any response?
Sure. So to answer your question about, the Harley plant primarily runs on diesel. I have 3 Wartsila units that were part of the phase 1. They're 7 megawatts each for a total of 21 megawatts. The 4 new units, which we refer to as phase 2, those are not commissioned. They have not been turned over to us for our operation as yet. They're in the stage of being commissioned by Wartsila. So I only have 3 Wartsilas for a total of 21 megawatts. I have unit 15 that can go back and forth between diesel and propane. As of last week, that we were stuck in diesel operating mode. We couldn't switch over to the propane. That was a malfunction of a valve. Unit 23 and Unit 27, they burn diesel, and Unit 23 is a 35 megawatt unit. That's the workhorse for the plant, and usually most of the load falls on that diesel burning Unit 23. With our replacement project, our prudent replacement project, we'll be able to add 2 more generators that burn propane, and in addition to the 4 Wartsilas, and in addition to the original 3 Wartsilas, I'll be able to get Harley plant to 100% propane operation, except in case of emergencies.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. We have to take a brief 1-minute break, 1-minute recess. Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning stands in recess for 1 minute. Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning is back on the record. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My question to CEO Carl Knight. How long has Ernst Young been working in the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically for the Water and Power Authority?
That predates my time.
Years.
Yeah, you need we need more years. If I ask you how old are you, you're going to say years?
I've been with the organization about 18, 20 months.
Anyone here?
I will get you the answer to that.
Hold on. I have the utmost respect for everyone, but I don't want to burn up my time. If anyone knows the answer, just say yes. If they don't know the answer, I could go to the next question.
I don't believe there's anyone at the table that has that answer right now.
All right. Because the reason why I'm asking, because I know Ernst Young has a relationship with the Water and Power Authority, and the Public Finance Authority selected Ernst Young to provide turnaround management services, and that mandate was passed by this body. So I'm going to use every single second of my time to focus on things that are within our control in the legislature. Can you speak to the whole turnaround initiative mandated by this body?
Yeah, so as I gave in my testimony, the PFA is finalizing the arrangement. They've also reached out to us to execute a memorandum of understanding, which I'm reviewing. I'll probably have that back to them within the week. And that is to make sure that as they contract with Ernst Young, whatever information is requested, that we provide it to them in a timely fashion. So we've gone back and forth with the PFA a little bit just to make sure that there are reasonable timelines as to when a request is made, and the fact that we need to furnish the information to provide that entity with the information they need to produce their report to the Senate. They have 120 days to do an assessment and provide an interim report of what they found in that assessment, and then they have 60 days to provide a report on the recommendations that they are putting forward. Those are the two aspects that have been funded. There's a third aspect that says if the GVI needs to keep them around to help implement those measures, that would be a separate negotiation.
After the MOU, what's next?
After the MOU, hopefully we have a kickoff meeting. If everything contractually has been squared away by the PFA, then I imagine they will schedule a kickoff meeting to bring me and my team in to meet with this turnaround team from EY and to start to get a sense of what sort of data they would need in order to do their assessment.
And the kickoff meeting will involve who?
It would likely involve the EY team, whoever they have assigned to the project. It would involve my team to the extent that they can be clear as to what information they're looking for, but it'd probably be my senior staff and probably PFA or their council would most likely participate in that as well.
All right, so MOU, kickoff meeting. After the kickoff meeting, what's next?
We, as I understand it, EY begins their work. They will start to ask for information necessary for them to perform their assessment. I will provide them access to that information, and they have 4 months to compile a report to submit to you and the governor, to this body and the governor.
So by January of next year, when the new senators are sworn in, we will see some action.
They should have in their hands a report from EY saying this is what we have gathered during our assessment of the Water and Power Authority.
This turnaround is broken down in 3 phases, and you did highlight those. But as far as the first phase, which speaks to an assessment of all debt consolidation and management plans, water quality and the water distribution plans, as far as Ernst Young's preparing for phase 1, that would be after the MOU and the kickoff meeting, right?
I'm sure they already have a work plan, and I'm sure they're just waiting for the formalities so that they can start to execute.
And that's the reason why I asked that question earlier about how long they have been working with the Water and Power Authority, because they have inside information, and it will be quicker for them to know certain things because of the relationship. So as far as debt consolidation, That's the number one and most important thing right here in the Water and Power Authority. In the interim, right, until you get that going, right, what are some of your challenges right now?
Our challenge is a fiscal deficit that we run on a monthly basis that reflects the difference between our actual cost to produce a kilowatt hour versus what we actually bill for that kilowatt hour.
And I think some time ago, I can't recall how long ago it was, but has WAPA exhausted all of their line of credits?
Yes.
When okay, so you have nothing as far as a line of credit?
No.
Is there any possibility of even getting one, knowing the financial state of the Water and Power Authority?
Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. We have currently about $51 million between First Bank and Banco Popular of lines of credit that we have fully extended. Within that First Bank is a $15 million overdraft, and we have been extended to virtually that every day for my entire time of being the interim CFO and prior to that. We are currently looking at our entire credit facilities. This week we have just actually rolled $42 million of our bands for a 2-year extension period, and we will soon be doing an entire review of our entire debt structure.
Summation, we have no credit, and any credit would probably require us to work with the central government if we need any credit beyond this point.
And point of clarification, last summer, so about a year ago, we had a $75 million debt facility that was forgiven by federally, so we've just got rid of that. We had under VTOL a debt facility as part of the VTOL assets, as part of that capital lease. We have been paying that down. At the time of us converting to buying the assets, that balance was $103 million. So the VTOL acquisition has just allowed us to pay off that $100 million. So now basically what that means is our balance sheet is healthier so that we can now go out and take these actions.
Colleagues, I could sit here and grandstand from now till God come. But you see that turnaround legislation that was passed by this body? We should all be paying attention to that. And I'm happy that the governor finally woke up, because at first he wasn't in favor of it, and then he finally jumped on board. That's something that we did, and we must be proud of that. So when people say the legislature ain't doing anything, lie. So we need to monitor that. Every month, if you have to hold a hearing, so be it. Turn around. All them other questions, I leave it to the rest, but that turnaround is very important. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James. I know we've spoken a lot about, we have FEMA dollars, we have HUD dollars, we have EPA funding to fund various critical projects. Are there any critical projects that we don't have the funding to complete?
I can't think offhand. I must say that as it relates to capital projects, we are blessed with the resources that we are now blessed with the resources that we need, with the exception of we're still waiting for a fixed cost offer to replace the water lines in the St. Thomas St. John district. We haven't gotten that offers yet, or approval for that prudent replacement.
You're optimistic about that one?
Yes, we're very much so. But most of the major heavy lifting that we need to do is funded as far as capital infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you for that. Colleagues, we've exhausted our round of questions.
May I answer a question?
Sure.
I'm sorry, point of information.
Sure.
Lorraine Kelly, Interim Chief Financial Officer. EY was first engaged by WAPA in 2018. They have been with us for just over 6 years.
Okay, from 2018.
Yes, EY just gave me that information.
We know. It's a different branch. Colleagues, we had planned to do a 4-minute round, but we're not going to do, I don't think there's a need for it since we've already had probably about 50 points of information. So we're going to ask you, we're going to allow you, if you have one burning question for the WAPA CEO and his team. If you have any burning question, we're going to start with you, Senator Bolkes.
I was looking forward to 4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me see if I could figure out how to combine these two questions here today.
We're giving you 2 full minutes, Senator. 2 full minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. And it's just 2 quick questions. And the first one is, in your testimony, you reported peak energy demand of about 18 hours daily. And that is technically straining the grid. So I'm curious to know what strategies you've implemented to manage this prolonged peak demand. Slash now going into the second portion of the question, you mentioned the battery energy storage system is likely how you're trying to deal with that demand. However, I'm curious to know, is that additional capacity that's being provided by the battery energy storage enough to stabilize the grid right now?
It helps in the stability of the grid. By itself, it doesn't stabilize the grid, but it does assist in the stability. It does help to shave that peak because it can dispatch up to 9 megawatts for at least 2 hours. So that's helpful in that regards. We are looking at renewable resources to assist with some of that peak shaving, as well as those battery systems. We're looking at our own battery systems to help with some of that peak shaving. But the real, not to put it back on the customers, but demand is demand, right? If the customers lower their demand, that's the way you curb demand, right? So energy efficiency, energy conservation, prudent use of energy would also help us reduce that demand.
And before the chair gets on top of me and rough me up, I know you mentioned the 2 hours. Is there more capacity to expand that system in the actual plant right now? Can you expand on it to create more opportunity to get maybe 8 hours, 6 hours?
I'll leave that to the technical staff, but my plant manager has suggested that he likes the way it's operating and he would like to double its capacity.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Blyden, no. Senator DeGraff, no. Senator Donald Gregory, no. Senator Gittins, no. Okay. All right. No, you don't have to. You don't have to. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Hi.
Do you have any burning questions?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Quick question. I know that we've had this debate for this line of credit dealing with FEMA funds, and I know you guys just are potentially getting, you said $138 million. And do you have to come up with matching funds for that? Or is it a straight up grant, or does the government have to come up?
No, there are matching funds right now.
How much?
2%.
For that particular project?
For that project, it's a 2% match that we have to come up with.
Do we have the money, or how are you going to find it? Or can you utilize the $100 million line of credit, or is that separate for previous things?
So I don't have a $100 million line of credit, but the
No, not you.
Oh.
There's a $100 million
yes.
line of credit that we created last year to deal with FEMA matching projects for matching funds. Can you guys tap into that? Yes. Or do you have to come up with another source based on you saying there's a 2% matching request?
So the primary source is probably going to be the HUD CDBG funds that were set aside for match, for disaster recovery projects. The line of credit is being used for reimbursable expenses so that they would front costs that they know ultimately FEMA will reimburse. That's how we pay back the line.
Okay. The other question I want to ask in regards to transformers, I know they're very expensive. Last one I remember somebody purchased privately was about $30,000 plus for one. So I know the cost. What I want to know in regards to that is we speak about preventative measures, and when these transformers go out and it causes a lot of issues with having to repurchase and, manufacturing. What I want to know specifically is, how do we get around dealing with the maintenance part? Because I've seen a lot of growth of trees and all these things around some of these transformers. And I know you guys were saying you don't have enough money to do certain things, but to prevent a major issue, finding 2 or 3 people to keep up with creating a crew to keep cutting around these things, it's a preventative measure, and it's way cheaper than ultimately having to buy these new transformers if anything happens. What's going on around maintaining, especially around the transmitters with overgrown trees and stuff that grow around them?
So there are various reasons why transformers fail. But specifically to your question on vegetation, what we call vegetation management, tree trimming, I do feel it's a worthwhile investment to invest in a crew that year-round can help keep trees and vegetation under control. So yes, I do think I haven't done the official cost-benefit analysis, but my logic tells me
you have a bucket truck and you have 2 or 3 people maintaining that every day. That's way cheaper than them blowing out and you having to figure out how to get them back. So I'm looking at ways to potentially mitigate bigger problems if we could focus on the smaller ones.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. It's my time.
Time.
Okay, well, I'm just going to quickly wrap up. I really do appreciate the conversations that I had here today. But as a people, we are really struggling with WAPA. And I think at the end of the day, as representatives, we want what is best for the people. But I think overall, there needs to be a much better concerted effort working with the board, as well as whatever is happening with this task force that's been set up dealing with this state of emergency. Because ultimately, when it's finished, everything would have to be transitioned fully back over to the board for management. And like you said, they're technically your boss. And if your boss doesn't even know what's happening, I think that's a major problem, at least from me on the outside looking in. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. They're not technically, they are my boss.
Yeah.
And
well, how it was going on, it didn't sound that way. It sounded like a whole lot of disconnect earlier. So for me, as a person on the outside looking in, I'm scratching my head like, I'm hearing technically the boss saying they don't know a lot of stuff that's happening, especially with them being in a state of emergency and having a lot of havoc being wreaked on the community. And I think it's important that that board should be up to date with as much information as possible in order to continue the reins and knowing exactly what needs to be done when we come out of the state of emergency.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis.
You're welcome.
Heiliger. Senator Gittens, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind WAPA that you all stated somewhere, I believe around August 1st, whatever day of the week that was, that the Friday would be the end of rolling blackouts. And people are still experiencing this now. I want to be responsible here, as I am with my own personal finances. I want WAPA to do the same. I keep saying this over and over because the way WAPA is operating, I'm telling you, you have not changed my mind that this has turned out to be a criminal enterprise. People are being extorted. It is not right. And until we could get this billing system in place, you're going to continue to rape the people at the Virgin Islands. Businesses closing. We can't expect businesses to open. The overhead to rent some place is already out the roof. And to pay WAPA, you're going with a 2 hand and 2 foot. We have to get this together. You've made promise on top of promise. You want rate increase, and then we're going to get the bills down. For years, we're not seeing it. You said you're going from, I think it was one fuel to the next. Today, we still not seeing the reduction. Then we say that the AMI was going to be the answer as well. And the young lady just spoke that some of this was discussed back in 2000 and then 2010. Look at what year we're in right now. So when you look at it, all this technology is changing. So when we purchase this and purchase that, and then 10, 12 years later, we got to go back again and redo what we did. We're just spending money like a bunch of drunken sailors. The legislature have never, ever said no to WAPA. And I just want you all to be good stewards of the people's money and do what you promise to do. We are in the height of hurricane season. Right now, I don't even know what's the levels of your water supply and even fuel supply down there. Again, if anything should happen, God forbid, and our ports can't open or they can't have access into the ports because there's some blockage in the harbor, then we up the creek without a paddle. So think about these things as we proceed. And I hope that you all are going to be looking, Mr. New CEO, the renting of facilities all over the place and the big bills that we pay for rent, we need to find a home. We need to find a home. Because WAPA paying some ridiculous rents still. Yes, you have made some strides since the 2019 subpoena, but we're still seeing some of these rents through the roof. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This is definitely a very interesting conversation, but I want to turn the page a bit because I've been reading in the newspaper conversations about privatizing WAPA or forming a P3, public-private partnership. These are conversations that are being discussed. News articles are being written about it. So I will ask you first, CEO, have you been in any discussion regarding privatization of the authority or any P3 conversations and discussions?
No, ma'am, I have not been in any such conversations.
And you, Mr. Chairman, Turnbull, have you been in any conversations regarding P3 strategies as far as the organizational structure for WAPA going forward or privatization of the authority?
The last time I was in a discussion about privatization of WAPA was when Southern Energy wanted to buy the authority.
At the turn of the century.
Yes.
2000. I was also here working as a chief of staff for late senator now, and we had a marathon session. I remember leaving here after 4 a.m. the next day.
And you should have remembered the WAPA buyout committee.
Yes, I do remember the WAPA buyout committee as well.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm. So
my position hasn't changed.
And that position, you want to put it on the record?
I'm not selling anything that belongs to us to anybody else. It's ours.
Okay. It's good to hear. Now, I just want to now focus on the federal money, which is my acumen. And I know also CEO Knight, I was just going to call you by your first name, CEO Knight, you have a lot of experience in managing federal funds as well. Would the state of the emergency prevent you from being able to go after any federal funding? Has it helped?
I have been told by the U.S. Department of Energy that it's helpful. Even the measure passed by this body recently saying that we should seek technical assistance was also helpful. It gives them the ammunition that they need to take to their bosses to say this is why we're going to be providing services to the Virgin Islands.
But that state of the territory, I know you've only been there for 5 weeks or so. Have you seen it as being helpful to the agency in meeting your overall goals? I'm looking as a ratepayer, and I'm going to just, my position is seeing is believing. I just only walk by faith, okay? But seeing is believing. I got to see it.
Yeah. So I've seen it from both perspectives, both inside and outside of the company. So I started with the state of emergency when I was working in the governor's office. I'm now working with it from the executive director's position. It has been beneficial.
How?
It's been beneficial in our negotiations with Vital to settle their payments. It's been beneficial in our negotiations with Agreco. It's been beneficial in our negotiations to reduce the transportation costs for propane. It has been beneficial in providing cash infusions at timely points, as we got last week. It's been very beneficial because we haven't had to rely on our resources. The attorneys, the financial folks, the other players that we could bring to bear from the GVI, we've been able to lean on the GVI for those resources, and we haven't had to spend a penny out of our pocket for those resources. So the negotiations with a multinational corporation like Vital, I was hired by a law firm out of California. If I had to pay for that law firm, or if I wasn't there at the time, but if WAPA had to pay for that law firm, we probably couldn't afford to pay for that law firm. Those conversations that we've been able to engage in where WAPA ran out of good faith and credit with its vendors, and the incident command was able to step in, that has been helpful. So, yes, I've seen it from both perspectives.
I just want to wrap up with one final question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so kindly. Do you think we are going to need to extend that state of emergency? I know the executive summary, and I am not really in favor of it. I'm going to tell you right now, sitting here today, they have to come with a whole bunch of information, and I'm very detailed oriented for me to be able to change my mindset today. So do you, in your position, believe that it is needed based on where you are, where you see your team going?
The answer is yes. I don't need it indefinitely, but I'm still not, the Water and Power Authority is not out of the situation that necessitated the start of the state of emergency. I need to know that if I pick up the phone and call Kevin McCurdy and say that I have a critical payment to a vendor that I absolutely cannot make, and I need the GVI to support this for me, that's a conversation that I can actually have, and he can actually facilitate my requests. Absent of that right now, I'm even in a more precarious situation than I am right now.
My concern is about accountability of those things. Accountability. And with a state of emergency, we don't get here the accountability. It's like it's a raid on the general fund. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 2
Whatever
minutes.
minutes? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the WAPA team for coming before this body for us to have a better understanding of the challenges that WAPA face. But I'm going to refer to Act 8297, which sets a time frame for billing issues. So I'm asking this request: can WAPA put a policy in place that within the time frame of Act 8297 to resolve the bill discrepancies and the completion of the or elimination of the estimating of the bills?
The short answer, just to get to the point, is no, probably not. We have a systemic issue that we need to ultimately revamp our system. I think there are things we can do to mitigate against that. I am looking at ways that we can verify our billing before we put those bills in the mail. But there are some issues that we do have to work through to modernize our metering and billing infrastructure. So I couldn't commit to that. Estimating is not a bad word. It is, I know we toss it around like that's some nefarious thing. Every utility has a need from time to time to estimate. I'm totally against any wholesale attempts to eliminate estimating. Clearly, I need to reduce it. I need you to know that estimating is bad for me as well, because if I think that you owe me something and it turns out that you don't owe me what I thought you owed me, well, that throws off my cash flow.
But hear this. That means you owe me money.
You
Right?
might owe me or I might owe you.
Right. Okay. In the case that WAPA owes me,
yes.
What is that time frame that you're paying individuals back or you're crediting them? Because that is, I mean, all of senators, we get these texts, and, you know, a lot of the time today is they have a credit for me since way back, and I haven't received that credit. So, you know, I'm asking, like, how do we work with these individuals that WAPA overcharged and they now are due a credit? Are you now going to reflect that on an upcoming bill?
We're usually pretty good at making those adjustments and putting that credit on the upcoming bill. So if we have a dispute this month, we're usually able to put that credit on next month's bill.
Okay. Mr. Chair, just one final question.
You may wrap up, Senator.
So with the propane, with the solar, when do you see that we would have a low percentage that we don't use the fossil fuel, the diesel? What percentage do you see a savings in, you know, in the next year, a 30%, 40% reduction from, you know, for the people of the Virgin Islands? Because I'm thinking with everything that comes into place with, you know, new generators, the propane, the solar, when everything ties in, what reduction do you think that the Virgin Islanders would see?
So I just need to caution and say, even as I put those projects online, what it really allows me to do is to not have to come here to beg for cash. It allows me to not have to defer shipments of fuel, so it kind of gets me financially stable. As far as now getting to the point where I'm passing those efficiencies and savings on to the ratepayer, that's still maybe a couple of years away if we're being realistic. I do think that where we are now, we can shave at least 10 cents off the bill with the sort of measures that we're putting in effect. By the time we have the prudent replacement, by the time we put the two new units in St. Thomas to go along with what we're doing with the 4 Wartsilas that's already in the works, by the time we're able to right-size the plant in St. Croix, my realistic mission is to get us under 30 cents a kilowatt hour. And I think that's doable.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senator Joseph, you will proceed with your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you, CEO Knight, relative to your power purchase agreement for the Petronella site in St. Croix. That's not up and running. You have the interconnectivity assessment that is being done by Sargent and Lundy, thank you. And you need that before you could actually bring that Petronella site onto the grid, correct?
So let me.
Yes or no? You need.
The study for Petronella is
Nelson,
complete.
Yes, but you need that interconnectivity, internet connection assessment done before you could bring any renewables onto the grid.
The portion for Petronella has been completed.
Okay, so you could bring that on board.
I can bring that one project on board right now.
Right now. So you went into a battery, a battery storage agreement.
Lease agreement, yes.
Lease agreement. How much are you paying for that? And that's for the Petronella site.
Yes, it's $60,000 a month for the batteries. The lease itself is $60,000 a month. The energy that is dispatched from the battery is, I think, something like 5 cents a kilowatt hour.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate it as well from you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't stop and not say thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Mr. Knight, I can get on a plane and go to Florida for under $300. Why does it cost so much to change the name of a billing? I'm changing my the billing for my light bill and my water bill. Why does it cost approximately $300?
I can't imagine why it would cost you $300. I would have to get back to you on that. I'm not aware of that.
Well, I need for you to look into that because it's a very steep cost for folks to change the billing name from one name to the next. But can you provide a timeline for the pending procurement for Hannah's Rest Phase 1? There's a project going on down there. So what's the timeline for that project to finish for Phase 1? What factors are influencing the timing of the September board approval?
Sorry, Shivante March, Director of Project Management. So the estimated time for the Hannah's Rest project was approximately 10 to 12 months. This is currently going to the board for approval for Hannah's Rest Phase 1. The time frame for contracting, once it is approved in the September board meeting, we're hoping to get a notice to proceed before December time frame. And that's just to allow for contract negotiations between WAPA and the vendor and to execute the contract. But the project we're hoping to have completed within 10 to 12 months. Things that can affect the project is lead times, of course, construction activities. You know, you do have to go through, ensure that you have EHP approval, which we went through that process, but we're also working in an active neighborhood. So we have to ensure to communicate with the people within the community. And things like when you're doing construction, you know, you have smoke from the constant digging, things like that. Or from an environmental standpoint, we have to look through. But a lot of it is just any delays are mostly based on actual construction delays. But we're hoping not to have those.
If I may, I need for you guys to probably get back to your contractor to go and take a look at the site, the way to leave the Hannah's Rest Road. People have a very difficult time traversing, going to their homes. With the rain that we've been having, the big holes that are in that road right now, it's just unacceptable. And Mr. Chair, I would like to wrap up with one more question, if I may.
You may wrap up.
Before you move on, Senator Johnson, I'm sorry, but we answered to the undergrounding, the electrical undergrounding project. There's 2 projects in Hannah's Rest. One is the water project,
yeah,
which I think you're alluding to. That's where we dug up the roads for water. That project is still ongoing. The electrical undergrounding project hasn't started yet, which is what Ms. Marsh responded to. I apologize for that confusion.
Okay. And I want to know what specific challenge, if any, have delayed in the RFP release for Queen Street Feeder 1A, and how is the CZM hearing impacting this timelining?
So for the Queen Street project, so a few of the things where we actually went through a change of mitigation funding and we got that approval approximately 2 weeks ago. We changed from 4-6 mitigation to HMGP. The RFP, we're hoping that we actually just met internally with our federal partners and ODR 2 weeks ago for a kickoff meeting. The project is designed. We're working through the different technical aspects of the project, but one of the biggest delays was just we were changing the funding source. And we're hoping once the CZM hearing is complete, like you mentioned, delays to the CZM hearing will delay the project because you technically cannot dig into the ground until your CZM is approved. So that's some of the things that we're working on. But one of the biggest issues that we had, and I wouldn't call it an issue, I will actually call it a positive, because the 406 mitigation is 95.5. HMGP is 100% funding, so I think we're in a better place now. But that's a little background, but that's one of our priority projects to start, and we actually had a kickoff meeting 2 weeks ago.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Point of information, Senator Francis Heidegger.
Thank
Small point of information.
I just want to know, when she was referencing dealing with contracts going to the board, I know we're in a state of emergency, but I still want to make sure, is it still a situation of all contracts that are still going to the board to be approved, or is any of them being dealt with the instance committee? How does it?
The incident command, the emergency response, ICS. I mean, that's a thing that we all need to be familiar with. But the short answer is nothing has changed as far as board approvals. Everything goes before the board.
Okay.
What's within my approval authority, I can approve, and everything else above that, I think 750,000 must go to the board. Nothing has changed since the state of emergency.
So anything below that you can approve on your own?
Between me and the staff. So there's different various levels of staff approvals.
And once 750 and above will go to the board, and
Yes, ma'am.
that has not changed.
That hasn't changed.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Colleagues, we've exhausted our line of questioning from Water and Power Authority. It's been a pretty long day. I'm going to slip in one or two more before we call it quits. Very short, though. I mean, ultimately, I think, Mr. CEO, I think the push for the Water and Power Authority really has to be towards renewables. I think that is really the only thing that's sustainable for us. I know that there's the push and the desire to find money to purchase fuel, to purchase diesel, to purchase propane, but I think it's kind of a fool's gold. We're heading, if we don't channel all of the vast majority of our efforts and focus towards renewables, I think we're going to miss the boat. And I'm happy to say that I think that is the direction that the authority is heading. And I know that's long term. And the people of the Virgin Islands have their short-term concerns, but I am going to be optimistic about the Water and Power Authority. I think we have an opportunity before us that really we've never had before. And once we're able to get through, and that's what we're counting on the leadership of the authority now, to get through the financial challenges, which is really the only thing that might stymie our ability to be able to effectuate, all of the new upgrades and infrastructure that we have funding for the first time really ever. I think really the key is going to be for us to develop a strategy, and I know that we, to sustain ourselves financially, I know that the U.S. Energy Secretary was here a couple of weeks ago. One thing that she said to me that was surprising when the question was asked about WAPA asking them for technical assistance. And given the state of affairs, with regards to WAPA for the last several decades, and more so after the hurricanes, it's been even more intense, her response was, WAPA has never asked us for any sort of technical assistance. And if WAPA asked us, we would be here today. We would be here yesterday. That's what Secretary Granholms said. I was there, I heard it with my own, I don't know if I can't remember if you were there in person or your team was there.
I wasn't there, but we've been working with Pete Gingras from the U.S. Department of Energy for probably over a year now. We've been working with Dan Olis from the National Renewable Energy Laboratories. we are actually working with her personnel. She might not be aware of it at the secretary level, but she has staffers that have been working hand in glove with WAPA for better part of a year.
That's good
if
to
not
know.
longer.
That's good to know. I feel a lot better about that. But I'm thinking that you probably need to ask for more help. That's what she's saying. Ask us for more help, and we'll make ourselves available.
Certainly.
So I want to thank you very much for being here. I wanted to ask you to provide me, Mr. CEO, I wanted to get an understanding as to, with this whole renewables thing, and I know this is something that you are part of under the Young administration, with this 60% threshold, and you're saying that we should be able to hit that mark by 2025, which is around the corner. I wanted to get an understanding as to right now, and I know you don't have that information right now, I just want you to get that information back to me. Right now, what percentage of our energy is being derived from renewable sources?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to really give us a 60, maybe a 1 minute, you as well as Mr. Turnbull, a 1 minute wrap up. Beginning with you.
I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank you and your colleagues. This was my first ride in the seat in this capacity, but I recognize the importance of the Water and Power Authority to the overall infrastructure of the U.S. Virgin Islands. We play a critical part in maintaining the quality of life and the standard of living for our residents. And clearly our recovery from Irma and Maria, a lot of it hinges on our ability to recover. Perhaps the biggest impact of Irma and Maria was to the Water and Power Authority, and while we're still struggling to recover and to get back on our feet, the beautiful thing is that we have an opportunity to transform the Water and Power Authority. There's a lot of new investments that are going to take us into a modernized future. And certainly renewable energy is a part of that, but the capital investments are being made. Our federal partners have come through, and they have made sure that our capital needs are being met. In the meantime, while we're putting those projects online, we're moving as feverishly as we can. I've come in to the Water and Power Authority really trying to light a fire and make sure that the team can move as fast and as expeditious as they can. I'm showing them the whip and hoping that they respond and get us across the finish line. So I know time is of the essence, and I apologize once again that there will be some hiccups along the way. This week was one of those hiccups. We're trying our best to hold the operation together from a financial perspective. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think that we can. I know the path is a narrow path, it's a treacherous path, but I see the path very clearly, and we're walking that path. The Water and Power Authority is going to get there, and our community is going to have a utility that it can be proud of. That's my commitment to this body.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Mr. Turnbull?
Good afternoon again, and thank you. I'm not as wordy as the executive director. I'm more simple. One WAPA, one goal, satisfied customers. And let's add transparency to that. That's why I'm here. That's it.
We appreciate you, the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning meeting of, before my staff is saying, thank the staff. I definitely want to thank Central staff for all of their efforts behind the scenes, in front of the scenes. Your efforts definitely are essential for us to have successful meetings, and people may not even know all of the heavy lifting that you do behind the scenes. And of course, the members of my committee, thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much for your support. My able co-chair, Senator Capehart, who stuck with me for the full day. I appreciate that. Committee members, Senator Gittins, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Carla Joseph, Diane Capehart, Maurice James, thank you very much for all that you do. Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning meeting of September 5th, 2024 is hereby adjourned.